Preparing live stream for meeting.
Go. How y'all doing out there? We're about to get started in less than
We are live. Welcome to Paradigm Shift TV 314. This is your brother, Pianki Patai Muntu Nefra Moon Ra, aka DMG the Poet. And I'm gonna turn it over to the brother Nobody as we get into our spiel.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Y'all already know what y'all here for. We're about to start recording. Just give us a couple of ticks of the clock, and we'll be right with you. Here we go. Welcome to an episode of Paradigm Shift TV 314. We have a debate-o-mania going on tonight. As y'all already know, in the building today, we got Cap10K from ISUPK under Commander General Yohana Nagal Gadar in the building. We also got the founder, Pianki Patai Muntu Nefram Almond Ra in the building. Now, I ain't even got to drag this on too much longer because y'all know what y'all are here for, but I'm gonna lay it out for you. The topic of tonight is, are Black people in America Africans or are we Israelites? We're gonna have a 3-round debate tonight. Each round will have 25 minutes. The person who's done speaking, the next person gets the rebuttal for 8 minutes, and then it will be a 2-minute response. The first round will be about, are Black people in America Africans or Israelites? The second round will be about, was King James a Black man, and did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? The third round will be about, did Native Indians have Black people as slaves? And then we're gonna have a question and answer. Each person will have 2 minutes to ask their question, and the other person will have 5 minutes to answer. And then we're gonna give each of the brothers a chance to close out. Opening up, Captain 10K of ISUPK under Commander General Yohana. I wanna give you 2 minutes to let the listening audience know who you are and to give your position on this topic. Are Black people in America Africans or Israelites? The floor is yours, my brother. 2 minutes.
All right, throw out nobody. I am Captain 10,000, the Gabor of the ISUPK up under Commander General Yohana. Y'all already know what it is and what it do. So like my stance is that Black people that are here in America that have been called African Americans, Afro Americans, Negroes, niggers, even Spics and wetbacks and Native Indians, we all are Israelites. You understand? We're not Africans. There is no proof nowhere that we are Africans. And we are going to prove that today. I know that St. Louis has been waiting for this debate. And we are here tonight. And Commander General Yohana has sent us out to destroy all lies. And we're going to destroy that lie tonight that Black people here are Africans. You know, we're going to destroy the lie that King James was white and that he actually had his hand in slavery. And we're going to turn around and prove that the Native Indians, of course, are Israelites as well. And
Okay, that was a good point. You said that St. Louis has been waiting on that debate. Well, not just St. Louis, man. I'm down here in Texas, and I got a couple of followers. I ain't claiming to be big time. They've been waiting on this too, man. So hey, we just say the world been waiting on this one when it comes to Paradigm.
Yeah, right, the whole world.
The whole world, man. We're gonna hand it over to my brother Pianki. Pianki, I want to give you the same 2 minutes to let the listening audience know who you are and to give your position on the topic at hand. The floor is yours.
Well, y'all know me. I'm Pianki Patai Muntu Nefra Moon Ra, comedic saber out of the Temple of Heteru here in St. Louis. And my brother, but the whole Hebrew Israelite notion of we are not Africans is about to be debunked, not by me, but by our ancestors who were enslaved. They gonna tell you who they are. So you ain't gotta listen to nothing I'm saying. You just listen to what they said about themselves. as far as King James, he was a white homosexual, period. He didn't do nothing for black people but contribute to our enslavement on this continent. You're gonna see that for a fact in this presentation. As far as the Native Americans, my brother say, forget them dirty stinking Africans. I'm saying forget them dirty stinking Indians who enslaved our ancestors. And I'm gonna put that down right here in this presentation. So y'all stay tuned. Cap ain't getting no rematch.
He said Cap is not getting no rematch after this. Well, let's set it up, man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Cap will not lose.
Now, y'all already know what it is, man. My bros is ready to go in tonight, man. And I really don't want to waste too much time, man. So we finna get right into this first round. Did y'all decide who's gonna go first, or does it matter?
No, we're gonna let the
You can
guests
go
go
first.
first. You guest in the house.
DMG go first. I want my
No,
brother.
Well, since I'm the moderator,
my casa is su casa,
since y'all can't decide, I got it for y'all. Since y'all can't decide, since I am the moderator, the majority of debates that you've had on this channel, Cap, you've won second. So tonight we're gonna have to go and throw you in the fight first, my brother. If you don't mind, if you don't mind. All right. Round one, bro. You got 25 minutes, bro, to lay out your position. And the topic of round one is, are black people in America Africans or Israelites? You got 25 minutes, and I'm keeping the time. The floor is yours, my brother, when you start talking.
All right, 1 second. Let me pull up my screen. All right, screen here.
Yeah, I haven't started your time yet. So like I said, I'll wait until you start going into your opening, and then I'll start your time.
Okay, 1 second. Let me hold on. Trying to get it up. Okay, there we go.
As y'all can see, I know y'all mouth been watering, waiting on this debate to come. It's finally here. Both brothers are in the building. Both of them are turned up, and they're ready to do their thing. Captain the Guard getting his screen ready, and we're about to kick this thing off.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Round one. It's on you now. Your time has started.
All right, all right. Okay, we're gonna start with the DNA that DMG wanted to take over the table. You understand? But I insisted that we keep it on. And is there a DNA test that will prove blacks in America are African? You understand? And I'm gonna kind of skip through this part here. This is from Vanderbilt .edu. All right. And they go into the breakdown of how DNA works. I remember that first night when he asked me about how does DNA work, and I said the word nucleoids. Yeah, it's actually nucleotides and all of that. It explains it with the double helix and the ladder and the structure where the rungs are molecules called nucleotides or bases. DNA contains only 4 of these nucleotides, A, G, C, and T, and then it goes in, send a little more, and then it breaks down about the human DNA, and the entire DNA or genome within a human contains about 6 billion nucleotides, and 99% of them are identical in all humans. The 1% difference results in individuals. Okay, so they're not really even testing very much when it comes to a DNA to determine, your nationality. And we're gonna get off into that some more. I know that DMG had mentioned ancestry. Vanderbilt went on and they researched the top 4 companies: My Heritage DNA, Ancestry, Living DNA, Your Ancestry, and 23andMe. Okay, and we're gonna turn around and focus on Ancestry.com because I believe that is the one that DMG said that he used. So we're gonna turn around and go straight to that one. All right. And I believe there was a brother that came on the live one time and said he even took that same test, and he had he was told he was 9 different Africans, and he was 1 white boy. Okay, he was European, 14%, and 86% of 9 different Africans. All right, and then I'm gonna jump with this scripture right here. This is Psalms 83, verses 1 through 4, and it says, "Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and it's like, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones." Now, everybody should know by now that the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of. He don't just do like black people do, wake up and hit a lick. You understand? The white man takes crafty, because he plans 10, 15 years, you know what I'm saying, now what he gonna do. I mean, he plans for now what he gonna do 10, 15 years later. You understand? He's real crafty, you understand, with the things that he has done, especially with destroying God's chosen people. Then it says, "They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance." Now, when you think about this, DMG is going to say that we're Africans. Africans know their history, their culture, their heritage, their fathers, their mothers. You understand? They know their ancestors, right? DMG likes to claim the ancestors as his own when they're Africans that he's calling on. You understand? But the Bible says that we're going to cut them off from being a nation, right? Who is the only somebody on the planet that is searching to be a part of someone's nation? You understand? And that's the nation of Israel. Okay. And then it says that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. It wasn't until 1969 until the Lord turned around and sent the truth back into the earth, to when by way of ISUPK, is that nobody knew anything about Israel except for the white man living over in the land that he was, you know what I'm saying, the true Jews, you understand, and the true chosen people of God. But it says that we're going to cut them off from being a nation. No African was cut off from being a nation. They still won. You understand? They are still one. So this is how you know that the people here in America, this is what happened to us. You understand? When you turn around and think about the movie Roots, Alex Haley turned around and now he sold us off as being Africans and did it all wrong, right? And they turned around and the one part that sticks out the most to me is when they beat Kunta into his name being Toby. That was them beating our nationality, our identity right up off of our backs. This didn't happen to no Africans. Africans, when you ask them, even the ones that's born here in America, they'll tell you exactly who they are and where they're from. And they have no problem with that, right? But let's continue. Now, when it goes to Ancestry.com, it says the largest and most diverse database compared to other testing kits connect with 90 million family trees and, hold on one second, I got this in the way on my screen, and billions of historical records. Over 6 million users, offers information both on the distant past as well as more recent relatives and your family tree. Pricing is one of the lowest on the market, $79. And it says it will search for matches for you and email the connections to you. And then it says one con, it says it does not provide health information. Now, you're going to turn around and we just read in the scripture where the white man said he's going to cut us off from being a nation so that the name of Israel shall be no more in remembrance. Now you mean to tell me that he's going to sell you your identity back for $79 for a low price of $79? I mean, that don't even make sense. You understand? For him to turn around and give you your identity back for $79 for any amount of money. You understand? It doesn't even make sense. But for $79, get real. You understand? Then it says, why send in your DNA for testing? Ancestry will send a pie chart with your predicted ethnicity percentages. Ancestry will continually search for relatives based on shared DNA and send you an email alert. Now, first off, who are they testing in Africa they claiming to be your family. They not sending you, oh, this your cousin Umbubu. You understand? They're not doing that. They turn around and they are just telling you, oh, you're an African. You're 86% African, 9 different ones. It makes no sense. But then it says, but don't trade in your letterhosen yet for a kilt. Your ethnicity percentage are estimates. It's not even facts. Okay. So then, and of course, a letterhosen, a hosen and a kilt is that's that Irish dress. You understand? One is a dress and one is like some bib overalls, but they shorts. Okay, so he's saying don't turn around and trade in your shorts for a skirt. Okay, and then it says each company uses different databases and best guesses as to your background. It's nothing is 100%. It's not even 99.9. Okay, it's not even 99.9 accurate. They just turn around and guess. And guess what they always guess? You're always from Africa. Everybody's always from Africa. Okay. They even tested a damn cat and said that the cat was from Europe. You understand? Some nonsense. They didn't know that the people had swabbed their mouth to show you how bogus the test is. You understand? It's just ridiculous. So Ancestry uses microarray-based autosomal DNA testing that surveys the entire genome at over 700,000 sites. Autosomal DNA simply means the DNA found in a chromosome inherited from both your father and mother and contains bits of genetic sequences from past generations. Close relatives share large fragments from a common ancestor, while the matched fragments get smaller from more distant ancestors. So the further you go up into Africa, the more lost you're going to get. You understand? It's not going to come back accurate. Okay. The Y so like I'm going to skip down to the bottom where it says the autosomal DNA test, because that's the one that ancestors use. The autosomal DNA test looks at locations on all chromosomes that companies have decided are best ethnic matches. It's nothing that they're actually proving. They just decided, yeah, we're going to tell all of them that come and get a test that they are from Africa, because they know you dumb and you think that anyway. So they're going to say, oh yeah, you're from Africa. 86%, 15% this African, 20% that African, this, but goddamn, how you 9 and 10 different people? It makes no sense. You got to turn around and throw this DNA stuff off of the table. Okay. Then it says, therefore, this test follows both maternal and paternal, but this test can only go back as far as 5 to 6 generations. That's right here. It's in the city of St. Louis. That's wherever city that you're in, your 5 and 6 generations of people. You understand? So who are they testing in Africa? You understand? Because they said it gets smaller and smaller. The DNA, the matches get smaller and smaller. They're not even going to be able to determine if you are truly kin to these people because you way distant. Okay, not just because you're here in St. Louis in America, and then you go to Africa. It's about distant relatives. Okay, not miles. All right, now let's keep going. And then in 1 Timothy 1:4, it says, neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies. Okay, you don't have to turn around and go way on back and know every single, it's fine if you do. That's cool to, build a family tree and know every single person in your family. That would be great. Okay, but it's not necessary to know and trace your bloodline. You understand? And it says, which ministers questions. That's all this stuff does. I know for sure that no one that has ever gotten their test is 100% sure and say, or even 99.9% sure and say, I'm African. And they really feel like they're at home. They don't. Okay. And it says, rather than godly edifying, which is in faith, so do. That's what we do in ISUPK. You understand? We're not sitting here going off a bogus test. We don't need it. You understand? The truth is in the scriptures. All right. And then let's go to the testing. I'm gonna skip down to the bottom half. Again, it says the amount of autosomal DNA shared with a relative decreases with each successive generation. With your parents and siblings is 50% decrease. Grandparents, half siblings, aunts, uncles, double first cousins is 25%. First cousins is 12.5%. First cousins once removed, 6.25%, and second cousins, first cousins twice removed, 3.125%. So you're not even going. It's just like no what they say, a snowball chance in hell that you are going to turn around and take a DNA test to determine your nationality and it be accurate. All right, because it's truly not. All right, let me go to the okay. Let me say DNA tests analyze less than 1% of a person's genome. They will miss most of a person's relatives. They don't even send you a full list of who's actually your family in Africa. DNA snippets or markers are inconsistent. Sometimes they are passed on and sometimes they are not. And whether they are or aren't is random, okay? So that's not even accurate as well. When a DNA test comes back saying you are 28% finished, all it's really saying is that a DNA test analyzed 28% of it was most similar to that of a completely finished person. And what does completely finished mean? It means people are continually moving and reproducing with other diverse people. If anything, our DNA is getting more muddled, not more clear. So it's not going to turn around and prove anything with a DNA test. No DNA test will prove your nationality. You understand? So we took that off the table and wiped that out completely. All right, now we're going to go with DNA and science that's in the Bible, right? And hold on one second. I got something in front of my screen. I can't see. Let me pull the scripture real quick. This is Numbers 1. I got one. Verse 1 and 2. And it says, and the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the congregation on the first day of the second month in the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying. Now everybody knows the story of Moses and how the children of Israel, we fled Egypt. You understand? The Lord turned around and punished those Hamites for the things that they were doing to us. You understand? So it was only right for the Lord to turn around and take vengeance out on the people that was turning around and destroying us, right? And then it says, take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel after their families by the house of their fathers. And this is where we get when we say that you are the seed of your father. You understand? Whatever your father is, that's what you are. That's DNA right there. Simple and plain. You don't have to go and pay a white man a $79.99 and hope that he's going to give you your true nationality back, your true identity back, which absolutely makes no sense for any Black person here in America to go and fall for that banana in the tailpipe. All right. Then it says, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their poles. Now, we already know that the man carries the seed, right? So whatever the man is, that's what the child is going to be. So you don't need that DNA test, right? All you need is actually the scriptures, figure out who's who. Everyone is listed in the Bible, okay? Every race of people is listed in the Bible, and guess what? You can turn around and trace your lineage through them, all right? Now let's go to the next one. Numbers 1 and 16, it says, these were the renown of the congregation, princes of the tribes of their fathers. Simple as that. That's DNA right there. That's all you need. The tribe of your fathers. If your father comes from the tribe of Judah, then you are an Israelite from that same tribe. Okay. If your father is from the tribe of Simeon, you are an Israelite, you understand, in the tribe of Simeon. Simple as that. And it says heads of thousands in Israel. Right? And then now Numbers 1 and 18. And they assemble all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declare their pedigrees after their families. That's the same thing as you saying, I'm from this tribe, that tribe. You understand? I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar, which would be the so-called Mexican, tribe of Gad, which would be the native Indians. You understand? And we're going to later prove that as well. And then it says, according to the number of the names from 20 years old and upward by their polls. All right. And here's another scripture that that will kill any type of DNA test that you would have to go take if you would just simply follow the scriptures. You know, if you were not a Kemetic scholar and in any type of religion, if you were in the truth, then you would have no problem with holding this down versus trying to go and buy a DNA test. This Tobit 4:12, it says, beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers. This is important. Israel, we're not supposed to be mixing with other people. You understand? We're supposed to keep our bloodline pure and holy, right? Separate from everybody else. You understand? White women don't deserve this over here. Okay? They can't get none of this. And take not a strange woman to wife. Take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets. Noah, was that's talking about Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It says, remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred. You know, we have a huge problem here in America. We think we mixed. You understand? We really believe in that lie about mixed, and that is ridiculous. Nobody's mixed. The seed that's inside of the father is already alive. If anybody knows just basic science and having a baby, you know what I'm saying? Or Kelly, someone going half on one, you will know that the man carries the seed, and the seed is alive inside of the man, right? And it's waiting to be put inside of the woman, and the woman incubates the baby, and then she brings that beautiful little Israelite baby forth 9 months later. All right. So that's all the DNA that you need. And there is a difference between African Americans and Africans. And the only reason I'm putting African Americans on here is because that's a term that everyone is associated with. That's who we really believe that we truly are. You understand? And there is a difference between us and Africans. And first off, it's in the Bible, right? And I'm gonna read the scripture on that. And that's Exodus 11:7. And it says this, it says, one second. It says, but against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast. This is the Lord calling the Egyptians dogs. You understand? The Lord is calling them dogs, right? And then it says that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. So it's just mind-boggling on how you even think that you are the same as them. Why would anyone turn around and wear ankhs and dashikis and change their name, get an African name when you not them people? You understand? When the Lord brought us up out of Egypt, he separated us totally. You understand? He separated us totally and gave us our own culture that we're supposed to be following since the beginning. You understand? Since the beginning of creation. Not following the Egyptians. When we were in their land, we was doing what they were doing. And the Lord made a difference between us and them. All right. And here's another scripture. This is Deuteronomy 14:1. It says, ye are the children of the Lord your God. Okay. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. Now, this is an Egyptian custom. And we were doing that. This is why the Lord said, no, you're not going to do that. You understand? Because we are the children of the Lord, our God. We are the only people that actually have a God. You understand? Those gods that those Kemetic scholars and those Egyptians and them Africans pray to, they're dead. They don't even do anything. You understand? What have they done for you? Didn't Janice say that? What have you done for me lately? What have you done for your children lately, Amun Ra? Nothing. You understand? Then here's another. We're going to go with another scripture. This is Exodus 5, verse 1 and 2. And then I'm going to get on some more show you how we're not Africans. This is Exodus 5, 1 and 2. And afterward, Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, thus said the Lord God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And this is Pharaoh's response. This is the Egyptian's response to this. He says, and Pharaoh said, who is the Lord, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. So the Egyptians, they don't serve our God. We don't have the same God. He said, who is this God you're talking about? I should let them go. I will not. You understand? I don't know him. God only chose one nation of people, right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. And you're not Egyptians. You're trying to go be a people that you're really even not. All right. Now I'm gonna try to skim through this one right here. This one is from South African History Online, right? And it says here,
2 minutes.
okay, no sweat. I'm gonna skip through this one there. I'm gonna show some signs here. The definition of Ham. This is let me see, in the Zondervan, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of the 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, right? But the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. Okay, now I'm gonna turn around and show you this right here. These signs all come from slavery, right? This was in May 19, 1784. Okay, you can see it at the top. It says Negroes for sale, right? You gotta know and understand that the white man and the African that helped sell us to him knew who they were selling. All right, it says Negroes for sale. This is all legit, right here. This is real stuff. This is not no fake, right? They made some recent ones where they did say that Africans for sale, but that's a lie, right? Here it is. This is 1849. Negroes for sale. Public sale, right? Negroes. 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 All right. This one right here was sad of them all right here. This is on March 30th, 1789 in New York. A Negro wench talking about a 16-year-old little girl. You understand? This devil that was selling this little girl was raping her. You understand? And to turn around and the things that we went through and then to call yourself a African, like that is ridiculous when you're not. No African went through this. You understand? Israelites did. And I'm gonna read this real quick because I know we're running short on my time. And it says this is in the book Babylon the Timbuktu, right? It says in the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem in 70 AD. General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over a million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets was full of Black Jewish slaves. Rudolph Windsor went and did the real research. My man that made Roots, he just went and got the money. Okay. All right. Now this article right here.
Your time is up, but I'm gonna let you go close out. Go ahead.
All right, 1 second. Damn. This thing is in front of my screen and I can't. Okay, there we go. This right here says, this is from Jesse Jackson, right? And it says that Black people here in America want to be called African Americans. And this was in 86? This was in 86 when Jesse Jackson, and you can look this article up, Jesse Jackson in a room full of, you know what I'm saying, Black politicians all came together and decided to start calling people Blacks here in America Africans. Before then, we were never called that. You understand? Y'all go check that article out. All right. This was a CNN article. All right. And with
right
that, time to water, nobody.
All righty. Don't get my boy some tears up in there, man. What I will say is, bro, out of every subject that y'all could have touched tonight, the one that I was getting the most feedback from was the DNA argument. And I must say, man, a lot of people was like, how is he going to explain that away? And I think you presented some stuff tonight when it comes to that DNA, man. I think they're going to have to argue against that, bro. Like real talk. All right, man. That was Cap10K of ISUPK under Commander General Yohana. Now, we have my brother, my big brother in the building. As y'all already know, my big bro Pianki, you have 8 minutes to rebuttal what Captain had said. And the floor is yours, brother.
All right, all right. First of all, I want to say peace to everybody in the chat, hotel. Appreciate y'all tuning in, shalom, etc. Now, let me talk about what Cap talked about. Like, in real talk, I didn't even bother to bring my DNA test into the equation because Cap already illustrated that he don't understand DNA. He took like a minute and a half last time to even get a word out. So and even with what he just illustrated here, he still don't understand how DNA tests, migrations, etc. take place. All that he read still don't explain nothing because I guarantee you, Cap, my man, that's my brother, he been talking outspoken about the situation with this animal Polite. And for those who fans of Polite, those who got a problem with what I'm about to say, kick rocks till your toes bleed. Because it ain't no reason for a man, a grown ass man DNA to be on a 14-year-old girl. So I'm just keeping it a buck. That's how I feel about it. I got 4 daughters. So if you're mad, I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to keep my language a little better since I got that criticism the last time. But I guarantee Cap gonna feel differently about DNA when it comes to that Polite case and any other case involving rape, molestation, etc. I guarantee if one of the brothers that he cool with had a young lady, got accused of rape and was innocent, Cap gonna feel differently about DNA. So, but we already illustrated that he don't understand it in my prelim, so I'm not gonna even touch that. As far as what he said about our ancestors and this and that and the seed being with the father. So Neil Irvin Painter is an American historian. She got numerous books, but the one that I've read the most is The History of White People. And she get down to the bare bones of how race got started. But one of the things she talks about is how every plantation, our female ancestors were exploited sexually, either by their enslaver or they literally rented them out to their friends to exploit sexually. And 1 out of 5 or 2 out of 5, something like that, of these encounters, because they were so numerous and they occurred so much, resulted in a child. So I just want to know how Cap and ISUPK gonna feel about DNA, because they say they don't need no DNA test, but you can be what your father is, but what if your great-great-great-great-grandfather was your enslaver? How you gonna feel about that, and how you gonna determine that without DNA? Because you can pray all you want to, you can open the Bible all you want to, ain't no answer for that. Don't tell me our female ancestors wouldn't get raped, because you can look at my skin tone and see that it ain't like Cap's. He got a little more melanin than I do. My brother Nobody got a little more melanin than I do. Why is that? I don't want to hear that we was all shades. No, that ain't how it works. So you're gonna either deny the degradation and mistreatment that our female ancestors went through, excuse me, at the hands of our oppressor in order to push you are the seed of your father BS, or you're gonna admit to what she went through, how numerous and how frequently it occurred, and how often children were created because of those occurrences. And if you admit that, then you gotta admit that you can be what your father is today, but you gotta deal with what your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was. And a lot of times, 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, whatever it is, your great-great-great-grandfather was your oppressor, or the devil, as they call him. And that's all I gotta say about that.
So you don't need the rest of your 8 minutes?
No, I'm good money.
Okay, well, let me go on and give my boy Sheldon some love, my big bro. Captain, you have 2 minutes to speak on the rebuttal of Pianki and what he just said. You have 2 minutes to give a response to that. The floor is yours, my brother.
All right. I really believe what he just said was totally ridiculous. He just proved that
Of
he
course
does
he do.
not know and understand DNA and how it works.
Brother Bianca,
Hey,
go on mute.
it is one thing for your blood or your semen to be on a person and you test it to see, you understand, you take a rape kit. That's totally different from a DNA test that's going to turn around and determine your nationality. I'm going to feel the same exact way. You understand? When that criminal that he brought up, which actually has absolutely nothing to do with this debate, right, when that criminal is put in prison, when they already tested his semen according to the report, and they said it matches his DNA, right? That right there, that DNA is totally different. Anyone with the smallest amount of sense would know that that DNA test is totally different. You understand? That's right there. A woman got raped, a child get molested, and something like that. You know, they test for hair and skin, and you understand all kinds of different things. And that test is totally different. But when you go and you claim to test a person's genome, which is identical with everyone else's except for that 1%, that small percentage that's being tested is not identical. It's not very much to even go off of. So, I mean, he just, ran through that because he know he couldn't prove it. He claims he took a DNA test of his own. So if he did and he really thought he was an African, he would have pulled that tonight and he would have showed the world his DNA test that he got from ancestry.com and he would have proved that he was a damn African. But he did not, because he's not an African, okay? And he know that DNA test will not prove so. Okay, so you can wear all the dashikis you want. You still ain't from Africa. And that test that you said your wife was 36% something, guess what? That test ain't accurate either. You understand? So you wasted $79 times two. Okay, you wasted your money on a DNA test that that did not conclude.
Mine was $50, Cap, because I got a discount.
Oh, you got the cheap version. Oh, you got the express. You got the express.
Mine was only 50. So
okay, you got the express DNA test, so yours really told you a damn lie. You understand? You went down there and caught the Metro link and went somewhere and took a test and turned around and for $50. You ain't catch an Uber nowhere. He went and got on the Metro link.
All right. We're gonna stop right
there. Unincorporated Florissant up under a tent.
Come on.
But right next to the other tent where they tested COVID-19. And then he turned around and said, "Oh, you're African." You understand?
Time up. I don't want to mute nobody tonight, so we gotta keep a little order. But I like when you get lit.
This man is out of control, moderator. You need to get this man is out of control.
I got it. I'm gonna have to hold it down.
The man is in control. You understand?
Come on.
Cap, you still ain't getting no rematch.
I was actually the one speaking.
Let me go and do my thing.
You're right, though. I did interrupt him, so for whatever that's worth, he can keep going.
Yeah. Okay, time is up. We're finna get back on it. Brother, Bianca, Todd, you already know what it is, bro. It's your time to get your 25 minutes. And the question is, are Black people in America Africans or are we Israelites? The floor is yours. I'm going to start your time once you start saying your first words. If you want to scream, it should be opened up for you. Let's get into it.
All right, let me share my screen real quick. And all right, well, you see the name of the presentation.
Time starts now.
Let's go. All right, and that's just a layout for y'all, our 3 subjects. But let's get into it. So my brothers at ISUPK teach that the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th book of the Torah, and the King James Bible tell the history of Israelites from the Old Testament and give a biblical explanation of the transatlantic slave trade. Teachings assert that Israelites were warned of the repercussions for breaking the commandments, but did not abide, resulting in enslavement as punishment and other race inhabiting Israel in their place. Their members used Deuteronomy 28:15-68 to encourage individuals to embrace their true title as God's chosen children, or continue to suffer in society as their ancestors have. And there you see the completely erroneous 12 tribes chart. So, you know, from the 17th to 20th century, African Americans' identification with Judaism was informed, as Edith Bruder and Tudor Perfith say. Now, these are two experts in that field. By the social and political oppression of Black people in the United States, and was often embedded in response to that oppression. ISUPK claims that you are what your father is, but they don't account for the rape of our female ancestors that pollute our DNA with that of our oppressors. And you see a lot of misspells in that. My apologies. So you are what your father is gets a whole new meaning when you realize your great-great-great-great-grandfather was your oppressor. So now, throughout the period of slavery in America, white society believed Black women to be innately lustful beings because the ideal white woman was pure. If anybody ever seen Jungle Fever, when the father talked about white men putting a white woman up on a pedestal, but then sneaking out to the slave quarters and having his way with the female slave. And that's what we saw on these plantations on a regular basis. When they wouldn't indulge in themselves in our female ancestors sexually, they were renting them out to their friends. Now, I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but you can pause it and read it for yourself. Neil Irvin Painter, a leading historian in the United States, notes that this occurred on every plantation. Black women were exploited sexually by their enslavers. And I didn't put the stats up, but she said 1 in 5 of these occurrences resulted in a child because of the frequency of it. Everybody know that every time you have sex, you don't produce a child, but because it was happening so frequently, these women were getting pregnant on a regular basis by these animals who claimed they were animals but couldn't keep their hands off them. So again, CAP and ISUPK would have to explain to me, if you are what your father is, how far are you going back? And what decides that, if not DNA? Because you can't pray the whiteness of your enslaver who raped your great-great-grandmother away. Ain't no praying that away. Ain't no scripture you can read that's gonna get rid of that. The first Africans forced to work in the New World left from Europe at the beginning of the 16th century, not from Africa. The first slave voyage direct from Africa to the Americas probably sailed in 1526. The volume of slaves carried off from Africa reached 30,000 per year in the 1690s and 85,000 per year a century later. More than 8 out of 10 Africans forced into the slave trade crossed the Atlantic between 1700 and 1850. The decade 1821 to 1830 saw more than 80,000 people a year leaving Africa in slave ships. Well over 1 million more, 1/10 of the volume carried off in the slave trade era followed within the next 20 years. By 1820, nearly 4 Africans for every 1 European had crossed the Atlantic. About 4 out of every 5 women who crossed the Atlantic were from Africa, not Israel, Africa. The majority of enslaved Africans brought to the British North Americas arrived between 1720 and 1780. There is no substantial record of the enslaved calling themselves anything but African. When nobody talking about you are what your father is and you're the tribe of Jacob, well, nobody saying that. Over the period of the transatlantic slave trade from approximately 1526 to 1867, some 12.5 million slaves were shipped from Africa and 10.7 million arrived in the Americas. The Atlantic slave trade was likely the most costly in human life of all long distance global migrations. It's funny they say migrations like it wouldn't kidnap, or they did it by themselves. But anyway, the first Africans forced to work in the New World I already read that info, so I'm gonna skip. So let's talk about what they call themselves. Now, this individual had a book wrote about him called The Bakaroon, the story of the last cargo. And it says, sitting on, this is from the Smithsonian, it's talking about how Zora Neale Hurston, who was a celebrated author in the Harlem Renaissance, she wrote Their Eyes Were Watching God, did a biography of this brother who was the last survivor of the last black cargo, as they called it, or the last slave ship to come over here. So it says, sitting on his porch under the Alabama sun, snacking on peaches, Cujo Lewis, born Olawale Kasulo, recounted to his guest his life story, how he came from a place in West Africa, then traversed the Middle Passage in cruel and inhumane conditions on the famed Clotilda ship, and saw the founding of the freed community of Africa Town. They didn't call it Israel Town, they called it Africa Town, after 5 years of enslavement. After 2 months of listening to Kasulo's tales, his intercaller, I'm sorry, I'm butchering that word, asked to take his picture. Donning his best suit, but slipping off his shoes, Kasulo told her, I want to look like I in Africa, because that's where I want to be. The brother didn't say, I want to be in Israel. He said he want to be in Africa. Now, she went out of her way to make sure she used his dialect, so that's why it may sound funny. But again, he said he want to be in Africa, not in Israel. What did he call himself? So here, by the time Kasulo was brought to the US, the slave trade and slavery had been outlawed in the country for about 50 years. But Alabama slaveholder Timothy Mayer chartered the boat, betting correctly that it wouldn't be caught or tried for breaking the law. The ship's captain, William Foster, brought 110 West Africans, not Israelites, West Africans, to Mobile, Alabama, where he and Mayer sold some and personally enslaved the rest. Foster burned the ship, the remains of which were never recovered. Still, press accounts and the kidnappers' willingness to share their escapade were widespread, and meant that the story of the Clotilda was fairly well documented in the late 19th and early 20th century, explains Hannah Darkin, a scholar of American Studies at Newcastle University. Almost 90 years old in 1928, when he was interviewed for Bakaroon, Kasulo was believed to have been the last survivor of the last slave ship. As she explained in her introduction, he is the only man on earth who has in his heart the memory of his African home. The horrors of the slave raid, the Bakaroon, the Lenten tones of slavery, and who has 67 years of freedom in a foreign land behind him. Now, I'm gonna skip a little bit for time's sake, but I wanna talk about what he says to her when finishing up the interview. He says, oh, she called him by his African name, the name he was born with, not the one his enslavers gave. And he said, oh Lord, I know it you. You call me by my name. Nobody don't call me my name from across the water but you. You always call me Kasulo, just like in the African soil. The African soil, not Israelite soil or Israeli soil, African soil. So then finally he says this, Cujo feels so lonely, he can't help, he cries sometimes. He miss Africa. He miss Africa, not Israel. Let's go to Onesimus. Now, this is a brother who, as a slave, showed his white enslavers how to inoculate themselves from smallpox. Again, he showed them how to inoculate themselves from smallpox. For all my anti-vaxxers, this African, who is one of the most noted people in Boston history to this day, showed white people how to inoculate themselves from a disease. Now, again, for time's sake, I'm not going to read all this, but he tells them of an operation that he received in his village where the medicine man praying to their gods. Israelites don't pray to gods. That's an African concept, right? He was praying to their gods and then rubbing pus from an infected person into an open wound on their arm. Once the infected material was introduced into the body, the person who underwent the procedure was inoculated against smallpox. It wasn't a vaccination, which involves exposure to a less dangerous virus to provoke immunity, but it did activate the recipient's immune response and protect it against the disease most of the time. Now, again, listen to what he said. The operation Onesimus referred to consisted of the village medicine man. I don't remember hearing medicine man from Israel, but the village medicine man praying to their gods and then rubbing pus from the infected person. Their gods, not their God, not the God of Israel, their gods. So just to know, say that again.
No, go ahead.
So just for a note, it says that in 1716, Onesimus attempted to buy his freedom from Mathers, raising funds to purchase another enslaved man named Obadiah to take his place. Mather placed conditions on his release, however, requiring that he remain available to perform work in the Mather household at their command and return £5 that Mather claimed Onesimus had stolen from him. Now, ain't that like a devil? This is the one thing me and Cap agree, because this man saved countless lives and you didn't set him free. And then when he tried to buy his freedom, you want to put conditions on it. But anyway, eventually he did get released. And it says the reason for Onesimus' release is unknown. Some assert that it was the alleged theft, but Mather's diary, his enslaver's diary, carries better support. He says that Mather's inability to convert Onesimus to Christianity as his primary motivation to allow Onesimus to purchase his freedom, as he refused to stop praying to his African gods. He wasn't praying to the Most High, Yah, or Yahawashai, or Mashiach, whatever they say. He was praying to African gods and wouldn't convert to Christianity. And Cotton Mathers was a preacher and felt it was his obligation to convert these savages from Africa to Christianity. This brother, who saved all these people's lives, refused to do so. He was praying to African gods. Let's go. I'm gonna definitely butcher this brother's name. I'm just gonna say Abdul Rahman was an African prince. That's why I say coming to America with those 3 Ks, because this is the real coming to America story. Abdul Rahman was an African prince and emir who was captured in the Futajala region of Guinea, West Africa, and sold to slave traders and brought to the United States in 1788. Upon discovering his noble lineage, his master, Thomas Foster, began referring to him as Prince, a title he kept until his final days. After spending 40 years in slavery, he was freed in 1828 by order of the US President John Quincy Adams and Secretary of State Henry Clay, after the Sultan of Morocco demanded his release. Abdul Rahman never referred to himself as an Israelite prince, but as an African prince. And that, family, as they say, is that. I'm done. This is what they said about themselves. They didn't say I was an Israelite. They said I was African. They didn't say I prayed to the Most High. He prayed to African gods. Let's stop with the BS. Cap my brother, but he delusional. I'm done.
Oh man, say you went and got it right from the horse's mouth. So I don't really know how how easily that could be refuted, man. But Cap, you got 8 minutes to give a rebuttal to what Brother P.K. said, bro. The floor is yours. Cap, can you hear me? Is it me?
Okay, I was on mute, Salakia. I'm gonna share my screen. One second, give me 1 second. Nobody, 1 second.
Okay. I'll make sure I start the time after you get going. Everybody, this is the Paradigm Shift TV 314 debate of the century. We got my brother Pianki going up against my other brother, Captain the God, 10K of ISUPK. And the debate is about, are Black people in America? Are we African or are we the biblical Israelites? Captain 10K, the floor is yours whenever you're ready, bro.
All right, 1 second, I'm getting there.
Shout out to the chat and everybody in the chat that's live out there. I see you, D. New. I see you, Teddy. I see you, Thomas. I see you, Ricky Garfield. Shouts out to y'all, man. I see you, brother Marlon. You know what I'm saying? I see the rest of y'all that are in the chat. I see Captain got some people who came through, showing him some support also in the chat. I don't want to butcher none of y'all names, so forgive me. But shout out to y'all too. Shout out to Black Lion Supreme. Shout out to 85 Films. You know what I'm saying? We see y'all in the building and the rest of y'all as well. We also see Chris Harris in the building. Shout out to Chris Harris. Shout out to Marlon Sims. Shout out to everybody, man. Again, the floor is yours whenever you're ready, Cap.
All right, nobody. This is from South Africa's History Online. And it says, all historians agree that it was the Romans' use of the term Africa for parts of Tunisia and northern Algeria, which ultimately, almost 2,000 years later, gave the continent its name. There is, however, no consensus amongst scholars as to why the Romans decided to call these provinces Africa. Over the years, a small number of theories have gained traction. One of the most popular suggestions for the origins of the term Africa is that it derived from the Roman name from a tribe living in the northern reaches of Tunisia, believed to possibly be the Berber people. The Romans variously named these people Afri, Afar, or Ifer. It says some believe that Africa is a contraction of Africa Terra, meaning the land of the Afri. There is, however, no evidence in the primary sources that the term Africa Terra was used to describe the region, nor is there direct evidence that it is from the name Afri that the Romans derived the term Africa. So to even call yourself an African, that's the same as you saying that you're an American. You understand? And the one that is delusional, it has to be a DMG, because you go to one source, one book by an African. This woman interviewed an African. You understand? And he's saying, I'm not an Israelite, I'm an African. Yeah, just because he knows who he is. You understand? And Deuteronomy 28:68 is an excellent scripture. You understand? To turn around and describe how we would end up going into slavery. That was a prophecy by the Lord saying if we disobeyed him, that the Israelites will go into captivity on a ship. Now, who else in the history, you understand, went into slavery on ships other than Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, the ones that DMG likes to exclude? They actually went on ships first, you understand, before the Negroes did, you understand? But that's something else we're going to get on as well. And I'm going to turn around and read again from Babylon to Timbuktu. Now, we already turned around and read that one scripture where it says that slavery, it was filled with Jewish or Black Jewish slaves, not no Africans, because it would have said the research found would have said that it was African that went into slavery. Okay, and I'm trying to find this other slide real quick. That's okay. I'm gonna just read it from the book. This is Babylon to Timbuktu, page 88. It says Africa had amassed over 1 million Jews. These Jews began a continuous migration to the region of the Niger River, according to the researchers of Nahum Sloshes. It says the tradition of the Jewish traders in the Sahara stretches back to biblical times. Sloshes continues. And it says, and it is not at all surprising to encounter in every part of the desert traces of even survivals of a primitive Judaism, which at one time played an important role in the whole region of the Sahara from Senegal to the very borders of Somaliland. As I have mentioned earlier, this region that extends across the entire width of Africa below the Sahara Desert from Senegal to Somaliland is known as the Sudan or Black Africa. Between the 2nd and the 3rd centuries, the Black Jews of Arabia continued migrating across the Red Sea to Ethiopia. The largest exodus of the Jews occurred during the persecution of the Arabs led by Muhammad. He had said on his dying bed that he wanted Islam to be supreme throughout all Arabia. Then it says at the same time that the Jews were migrating westward across the Sudan from Ethiopia, they also migrated southward from Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco to the fertile region between the Senegal and Niger rivers. When the Jews from the north and the east met between these two rivers, they established a confluence or crossroad in West Africa where men could exchange their cultural ideas and merchandise. The Jewish migrants went on with great frequency about 300 AD, and they continued with the utmost regularity from 1200 years. So we was in Africa for a long time, okay? And like DMG has said before, that Africans sold other African tribes. That's another, just calling yourself African is white, right? Saying that you sold other African tribes into slavery is white, because that's a lie. You understand? The researcher, Rudolph Winsor went and researched and found that the slave ships was filled with Black Jews, not Africans, right. Okay? Not at all. All right. And this guy Consola, he is an African and not an Israelite. He said it. You understand? So what else would he say other than I miss Africa when he'd never been in Israel? He was never even there. So why would he say, oh, I miss Israel? I'm an Israelite and I miss my homeland, when he was never even there to begin with. Okay. So that right there, that book is bogus. To turn around and say that the ancestors of slaves said that they were Africans, I didn't hear that. You understand? I didn't hear that at all. You come with one source, okay, when I showed you plenty where the signs that were, these were newspaper articles and posts, you know, you put them on light poles and on buildings and things, where they said they had Negroes for sale, not Africans. All throughout history, we have been called Negro. No African called himself a Negro. And what make you think that the white man did not know who he sold? I mean, who he bought? You understand? He bought them from the Africans. And here's another one right here. This is a manifesto that it says on the top of it. This was who they were selling as well. Wait 1 second. Uh-oh, I done went too far. I skipped it.
You got 1 minute, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna just read you 1 second. I skipped past it. 1 second. It says here in this manifesto, right, when they were selling our people, it says at the top, Negroes, mulattoes, and people of color. They have always called us colored people. That was one of their terms for us, not the Africans. They know who they were. You understand? When they took the land from the Carthaginians, they knew who they took it from. You understand? They knew who they conquered, and they knew that they were not Israelites. They knew that they were Africans. So when the people helped round us up on the ship, they knew that they was not bringing them their own family. That don't even make sense to turn around. And even though Africans, to this day, they still have problems and beef. All 56 different damn countries in Africa. And what is it, 9 provinces? They turned around and still beef right now. And guess what? But they know that they're a family. And they didn't go and round up their cousins and their uncles that they were mad at. Like DMG used that sorry excuse to compare us to black on black crime, to say that, well, we sold, Africans sold other Africans. That's ridiculous. That sounds ridiculous, man. They didn't get mad at their cousins and then sell them and send them off on a ship.
All right, time's up right there. Brother Priyanki, you got 2 minutes to give a response to what Captain 10K just said, and then we're going to head into round number 2. The floor is yours, bro. You got 2 minutes.
Well, I didn't hear much of it because I had some technical difficulties. I apologize to the family that's watching for that. That said, I did hear him reference From Babylon to Timbuktu, which is complete and utter BS and has been debunked several times over. But let's just go over what this nonsense, this fantasy historical fiction novel says. It says that 1 million Jews went into North Africa in 70 AD, right? And that they eventually migrated to West Africa. Now, the distance from Northeast Africa to West Africa is a longer distance than from New York to California. Now, check this out, because this was funny about it. With no cars, with no trains, so they walked. they got in chariots or whatever the case was. The Most High transported them, I guess, to West Africa. But that's cool. I ain't gonna even touch that. Forget that. Forget that. He's saying that they was in Africa. They went into Africa in 70 AD, and that we know the transatlantic slave trade didn't occur to the late 1400s, early 1500s, like around 1490. So they was in West Africa for over 1,000 years, right? And they stayed to themselves. You know, they talk about the kingdom of Judah on the map, which we know it was a kingdom of Wida, and they worshiped the snake god, but they say that they was Jews worshiping the Most High. They have no historical knowledge. They make stuff up to fit their narrative, and that's cool. Keep it at belief, but we trying to make this real history, and that just don't jive with real history. First of all, if you in Africa for over 1,000 years, how the hell ain't you African? How the hell ain't you African and you was in Africa for over 1,000 years, Doc? Somebody explain that to me, number one. But, okay, that's cool. So now he called a white man the devil that the Bible speaks of. It's like they are a devil on biblical proportions. And they came into Africa and said, hey, we're going to take these Jews. We ain't going to take y'all. We just going to take the Jews. Like we playing respect of person with these Jews, and we ain't going to touch y'all Africans. That's what this devil said. These people who colonized, imperialized, and imposed their will on indigenous people all over the planet said, we're gonna come in Africa, but we ain't gonna get no Africans. We just gonna get these Jews. And that makes sense to him because it has to. Because if you actually deal with the reality of who these people were and what they was doing, you would know they were snatching up whoever they can get their hands on, period. And it didn't matter whether they said they was the tribe of Judah or if they was Shaka Zulu daughter, they was snatching up whoever they can get their hands on, because that was the economy. Enslaving our people was the economy. They weren't asking nobody what do you call yourself and who you are. They weren't doing that. Like that don't make dog sense.
Let you close on up. Close on up, bro.
Bottom line is, if we saying that Europeans came into Africa and decided I'm gonna take this people and I'm not gonna take these people, we out of our damn mind.
Man, that was a heavy bomb right there, man. Hey, Cap. Yeah, I think both of y'all did y'all thing in that first round, man. You put out some nice points. Brother Priyanka gave some nice rebuttals, as well as you, Priyanka. You laid out some nice points, and Cap, you gave some nice rebuttals as well. We're about to move into round two. Round two was King James a black man, and did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? Cap, you up first. You have 25 minutes. The floor is yours. Again, the second round topic was King James a black man, and did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? The floor is yours. I'm gonna start your time when you start talking.
All right. I'm about to share my screen. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm about to share my screen again. 1 second. Okay.
And this is round two of Brother Pianki and Captain the Gall. Topic: who are Black people in America? Are we Africans or are we Israelites? This is round 2. Captain the Gall is going first. We're going to start the clock when he begins to talk about his PowerPoint. Cap, the floor is yours, bro.
All right, now we're gonna go into King James, the ruler. I appreciate it. The ruler of the Dark Ages. It was also called the Jacobean period. You can look this up, and you'll find this to be a fact. When you go and you think about the Jacobean period, this is the period where this specific line of people actually ruled, right? That's why it's called that. You understand? Because guess what? The sons of Jacob during the Renaissance period, you understand, they were the ones in power and in control. Pianki had mentioned how the King of Scotland was white, and he said that he's gay. You know, it sounds real Christian. You know, King James was actually against homosexuality. When you go and look up this King James, right? And the ruler of the Dark Ages, he was against homosexuality. He was not a homosexual, okay? And he was not a white boy, all right? Now, Pianki said that we would do a lot of praying and things like that. We do work in the ISUPK. We're not like Christians and just sit and pray and, oh God, pray away
We already talked about this tonight, man. Go ahead.
my white ancestors. You understand? We don't do that in ISUPK. Right? Here in Revelations 20, verse 1-3, it says, "And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. And he laid hold on a dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years, and cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season." Right now, to a lot of people that, you know, don't believe the Bible, you know, they would think that this is like a ghost story. Okay, but when Commander Junior Hanna went and they did real research, right? They didn't just think that this was some spooky story about a dragon and a serpent and a devil and a Satan and chains and a key. You understand? This right here, this meant something. This was a prophecy. It means something, right? And this is the period where our people actually ruled in Europe for that 1,000 years. It says that he was shut up and he could not deceive the nations anymore, right? So that in that time period, he was not telling all of those lies like what he is now, because the scripture says after that, he would be loosed for a little season. And guess what? He's back to it. You understand? He's back to his same old lie. So when it comes to King James, you understand, they lie and say that he's a white man when he is not. This is a picture here of King James right here. This is clearly a brother. You understand? This is not a white boy. All right. This is not a white boy. All right. And I'm gonna go with this article that they got from the Sun, right? And UK, the sun.co.uk. It's a British article, right? And it says this is the royal target. And who was James the First? When he was king of England, how many assassination attempts were made on him and how did he die? And it says the royal was the target of one of the most famous plots in British history. Now, for one, like, you got to think, why are they trying to assassinate him so much if he was beloved by his white, you know what I'm saying, by his fellow white relatives, okay? And if he was a white homosexual, he'd really be loved by his white relative. But this right here is going to show you how you got to know that this is not the same guy that you will compare and say that King James is white. Okay, November 1605, Guy Fawkes and a group of others plotted to assassinate King James I of England, also known as James the Sixth of Scotland, right? And it says their failed attempt is remembered as Bonfire Night every year. Okay, they made this a holiday that they tried to turn around and murder this black man, right? Who turned around and ruled. Now, DMG says something that, sounds quite ridiculous. Just because you migrate, it doesn't necessarily mean that you walked. You understand? I mean, that is a long way to travel. But just like everyone else was doing, they were on boats, they were walking, they were doing what they had to do. They were horse and carriage. You understand? Several different means of transportation. Yes, they did not have cars. Yes, they did not have planes, but they had means of travel. Anyone that has done any real research would know that. You understand? A horse and a buggy was extremely used back in those times. All right. And it says that James was born on June 19, 1566 at Edinburgh Castle. He was the only son of Mary, Queen of Scots. Now, his mother was a white woman, right? Which happens to, pretty much today, to where you see a black man getting with a white woman. It happened. What did my man call it? Jungle fever. You understand? He had jungle fever, and her second husband, Henry Stuart, also known as Lord Darnley. Both Mary and Darnley were great-grandchildren of Henry VII of England, and therefore related to his daughter, Queen Elizabeth, right? And it said, when did he become king of England? Elizabeth I was the last of Henry VIII's descendants, and James was seen as her most likely heir. This is why when his mother was supposed to turn around and continue on, he took after her, and they put him in place. And it says Elizabeth died in the early months of 24th March of 1603, and James was proclaimed king in London later the same day. His coronation took place on the 25th of July with elaborate allegories provided by dramatic poets such as Thomas Dekker and Ben Jonson. All right. 1 second, bear with me while I move this stuff around so I can see. All right. And it says, how many assassination attempts have there been against has there been against James, King James? All right, let's keep going. And it said the most famous assassination attempt is the gunpowder plot, which was carried out by a group of provincial English Catholics led by Robert Catesby. Now, this is what the white man is doing today. They're still murdering blacks. They're still murdering black people today. Okay, and they plotted back then, right? The English Catholics turned around, Salaka. The English Catholics turned around and led this right here. This is Robert Catesby. The idea was to blow up the House of Lords during the state opening of England's Parliament on the 5th of November, 1605, an event which would be attended by King James. Catesby was joined by fellow plotters John Wright, Thomas Winter, Thomas Percy. Salaki, 1 second. Salaki, let me find my place. Guy Fawkes, Robert Keyes, Thomas Bates, Robert Winter, Christopher Wright, John Grant, Ambrose Watwood, Sir Everett Digby, and Francis Tresham. These are all white people that turned around and plotted to murder King James, right? I'm gonna skip down one. Let me go. Oh, 1 second. Okay, this is how did King James die? Okay, here's another article. I'm gonna skip to the next article right here. This is the Moorish kings of Europe, King Charles Stuart II, the black boy king of England, right? Not white boy, okay? This is what our people do not understand, is we're not just making stuff up just to fit a narrative. You understand? This is actually true. And the white man, he is the devil, and he is our oppressor, and he's back to the same old lies. That's what the word devil means. It doesn't mean ghost. It means liar. And he has lied about everything. He even claims to be the Egyptians. You understand? If Pianki is correct and he's an African, the white man claims to be him too. You understand? When even in the Bible and even in records, you understand, in history, the damn Africans and the Egyptians are dark people too. You understand? So, like I said, the white man, you got to turn around and you got to get from under his lies, that he has told and has our people believe in the things that we believe. Hold on one second. My screen froze. Hold on. One second.
Okay. Cap having a little technical difficulties. I'm going to pause your time until you get everything fixed on your end. Again,
Okay.
man.
Okay, it's back up. It's back up.
Okay, Cap ready? Cap, go ahead, bro.
Okay, no sweat. It says Mary King Charles Stewart II. And by the way, the word Moor just simply means black, right? Moorish. And they call it King James black. All right. And it says the Black King of England. He ain't pronounce that word. I don't even know how to say that. The word Stuart comes from the Old Nordish root svart, which means black. Stuart is the same word as swarthy, which means black in Old English. Others claim its root origin is Stuart. However, that might be. This is not the truth of the story here. Our story is about the suppressed history of the black and brown Europeans, including several kings that had once called Europe their original home. Okay, now Europe is a long way from Africa. What do you say, California and what was the other place? You understand? And that distance right there, Europe and Africa is a nice little distance away as well. And guess what? They made it there. Our people made it there too. If you know anything about Israelites, we've always traveled. Right. You understand? We've always traveled, man. So that's nothing new. Okay, traveling is nothing new to us. And then it says there was once a Stuart line of kings in England. The name of the founding ancestor was Stuart. Okay, let me hold on one second. It keeps freezing. My screen keeps freezing. 1 second.
All right, get it together. Y'all in the chat, y'all make sure y'all get y'all questions ready. We got one more round to go. We're going to open it up for Q&A. We're not going to be on too long, but we're going to let a couple of y'all come on and ask questions to both participants in this debate. If you're ready, Cap, go ahead.
Okay, once it's froze again. Hold on, let me
pause your time.
I'm trying to pull it back. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, as y'all can see, man, Cap going in. He's presenting that information. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you can't do nothing but respect it. You know, he's here defending his position, and he's showing that he's willing to get in the ring with anybody. And of course, he's been in the ring with nobody several times, and now he's in the ring with bro Pianki, Patai, Moonsoon, Nephilim, Rob.
All right, nobody. I got it.
All right, now that you was ready, bro, your time has started back. Go ahead.
Okay, in this post, we featured the original painting of one of the Stuart kings of England and Scotland. Now, the pictures are not up here because of the article. That would have turned around, and I put the one, you understand, I didn't put all of the different ones that they had turned around. They had white people, and then they had the original pictures. You understand? The same way that the white man took the original paintings of Christ. The original paintings that you've seen everywhere around the world would be him being black, but he took and he painted the ones and made them white, made God white, Christ white, even the two that were supposed to be man, God and man touching each other's finger. You understand? That's God is white. You understand? You look at that arm that's extended to touch the man's finger, that, you know what I'm saying, and that man was supposed to have been him touching Adam's finger, that those two arms are white. Okay, so he turned around and just took everything and lied about it all. And he even lied about King James as well. Okay. So it would be kind of crazy for a person to know that the white man is the devil, which means liar, and that you have a track record, right, of him lying about every damn thing. So to turn around and believe that King James was white, of course he would be to a white man. You understand? The same way Christ is white to a white man. Right. The same way God is white to a white man. The same way the Israelites is white. Well, they say they call themselves Israelis. They don't even call themselves Israelites. You understand? They call themselves Jewish. They don't even call themselves Jews. Okay. So when you turn around and you find out that he is the source of the lies, you got to turn around and start searching for the truth. And my brother DMG has continued, he's perpetuating the lies. You understand the lie of Black people here in America being Africans, the lie of King James being white and having his hand in slavery. You understand that is totally false and it is a lie. All right. And it says also lovely known, King Charles II, also lovingly known as the Black Boy of England by his subjects. Now, why are they calling him the Black Boy if he's white? I've never heard a white man call himself black. I've never heard anyone call a white man black at all. I've never heard anyone say that. I heard people make jokes about Bill Clinton, say he must be black because he smoked weed and because he got fellatio in the you know what I'm saying, the Oval Office. That still don't make him black. You understand? That still does not make him black. All right, and it says he is commemorated in the celebrated name of the Black Boy Inn, found all over the British Isles. Like his ancestors before him, King Charles II was a black man. He was not white. And you got to know and understand this. King James was not white. Okay. And let me go on. It says, many of his surviving paintings falsely depict him as a so-called white man, in clear contradiction to the famous description of the Jolly King. Right now, everybody, like I said, everybody has the picture. Everything is white in Christians' mind. You understand? In the mind of a Christian, everything is white. You understand? The white man, what they say, white is right. Right? It just can't be black. It could not be a black man ruling in Europe at that time. Right. Why do they call it the Dark Ages? The more recent scholars even tried to change it and say, well, it's called dark because, you know, it was cultureless. Oh no, it was not cultureless at all. You understand? We had a culture and the white man could not affect it at that time. Then they say, well, it was like that because there wasn't much knowledge. It was knowledgeless. That's a goddamn lie. You understand? Those are two lies, two more lies he's trying to bring on. Okay. The same way he claimed that we migrated from Africa to America. You understand? So that's another lie that he's trying to pull. He's trying to do away with all of his brutal history and just be loved and accepted by everybody. Right. It's just, I'm a loving guy. You know, you gotta love me. You understand? God is love. That's what the Christians say. All right. And then it says, however, in the picture posted immediately below, and that's one of the pictures, it said, one can see one of the contemporary paintings of King Charles Stewart II. And it says, Merry Black Boy of England. And it says, this picture invites all to decide why King Charles Stewart II would have been called the Black Boy. He was not called the white boy, like what he said. It's, and I'm gonna yield my time right there. Nobody, my screen keep freezing on me.
Okay, no problem. Okay, well, Cap10K yields his time. You had 6 minutes and 45 seconds left, but that's cool. DMG, my brother Pianki, after hearing everything that Cap has said, you have 8 minutes to rebuttal any topic that you want to rebuttal.
Check it out, nobody.
Cap,
I'm just gonna get into my presentation because Cap just cut his own head off. It's blood everywhere. It's blood on the walls, on the floor. I'm slipping. I'm slipping and sliding, can't even get off the room. I gotta go get my boy some help. I gotta call somebody that can get him a blood transfusion because he bleeding to death and he did it to himself.
Oh man, go ahead. Floor is yours, bro. 8 minutes.
All right, so let me share my screen.
I'll start your time when you start.
All right. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Man,
I'm not on the right screen.
As y'all can see, these two brothers are starting to get lit in here, starting to get hot in here, man. Seems like somebody pressing somebody's buttons, man. And y'all already know what direction this debate is headed towards, man. I want to give some applause to my brother Cap10K. I also want to applaud my brother P.K. Shout out to the chat. I see Sabio is in the chat. He's up in the chat as well now. Shout out to Sabio Robinson, Scripture Ripples.
Shout out to my brother Cap, man. He's doing a good job. But let's talk about, was King James a black man? Did he play a role in the slave trade? Well, here you see a picture of fake King James, this superimposed picture that they done made up trying to make this man black when he wouldn't. And then you got Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. Look at them. That's pretty much the same dude. I don't know why they trying to take this great American black man, this figure who actually descends from Africa, and make him King James. But, you know, they need to stop with the counterfeit. You got fake James and you got Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. And again, look at this nonsense. It's ridiculous. But we're going to get off of that and we're going to get into the real meat of this presentation as it relates to King James. Let's go. So this is a pain to King James. Let's get right to it. Let's get it out of the way. No, he wasn't black, and he could care less about black people. This portrait is painted by John D. Lacritz in 1605. So King James was alive and posed for. If he was black, he must have wanted to be viewed as white. All right, let's move on though. This is King James when he was a boy. This is King James when he was a boy. Now they want to argue with me about his sexuality. This is him when he was a boy. King James was born June 19, 1566 in Edinburgh Castle, Edinburgh, Scotland, and died March 27, 1625 in Theobald's Hertfordshire, England. I hope I said that right. He was the King of Scotland from 1567 to 1625 and was the first Stuart King of England from 1603 to 1625, who styled himself the King of Great Britain. Now, Brad Hale, PhD, notes that this portrait of James as a boy was painted by Arnold Brockhorst in 1574. So again, this was while King James was alive and he had no issue with the depiction. That depiction ain't black. It ain't even masculine. But let's go. This is King James and his mother. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and great-grandson of Henry VIII, King of England and Lord of Ireland, and thus a potential successor to all three thrones. He succeeded to the Scottish throne at age 13, at 13 months, after his mother was compelled to abdicate in his favor. This is a depiction of King James and his mother. Can you tell who the hell is who? But yeah, he was masculine. He was black. Let's go. This is King Henry VIII. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, as we said, and her second husband, Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. He was descended through the Scottish kings from Robert the Bruce. Y'all remember the movie Braveheart? Freedom! All right, Robert the Bruce. And the English Tudors through his great-grandmother, Margaret Tudor, sister of England's most famous king, Henry VIII. Now, this is Henry VIII. You are what your father is. Everybody know this is Henry VIII. You are what your father is, and this is his grandfather. I'm trying to figure out how the hell he black. But let's go. He succeeded the last Tudor monarch of England and Ireland, Elizabeth I, who was his cousin. This is his cousin. Oh no, Henry VIII was not his grandfather. That was his uncle. My bad. My bad. Henry VIII's father was his grandfather. So it's the same thing. But anyway, he succeeded the last Tudor monarch of England and Ireland, Elizabeth I, who was his cousin and died childless. He continued to reign in all three kingdoms for 22 years. Okay, now you see his cousin. This is Elizabeth I, England's most famous queen, daughter of Henry VIII. Let's go. Now let's talk about, my brother was talking about the Jacobean era and the Dark Ages. Let's define those things, shall we? So the period of the Jacobean age, as they call it, the period of King James' rule is known as the Jacobean era and lasted until his death. The Jacobean era, 1603 to 1625, is so called because this age is named after James the First, who reigned England from 1603 to 1625 and has no relation to the biblical Jacob, nor does it refer to the race of those who ruled. They call it this because in between 1620 and 1660, Puritanism became the driving force in the life and literature of England. Come on, man. And that was off the dome. Like, I just know this, but let's talk about the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages is regarded by historians as lasting from the late 5th to early 6th century to the 10th century AD. The early medieval period of Western European history, specifically the time 476 to 800 CE, when there was no Roman or Holy Roman Emperor in the West, and more generally the period between 500 and 1000, which was marked by frequent warfare and a virtual disappearance of urban life. Again, this is off the dome. So now, I thought Cap said that King James ruled during the Dark Ages, but the Dark Ages was long over because this is 1603 when King James ruled, and the Dark Ages stopped at 1000, as early as 800. What the hell kind of correlation are we trying to make between these quote unquote Dark Ages and King James and his rule? But no black people ruling England. England was oppressing and enslaving and killing black people. That's a fantasy. It's made up. It makes no sense. The Dark Ages and King James have literally no correlation. King James came 600 years after the Dark Ages ended. Possibly 800 years after it ended. It's blood all over the floor, all on the walls, all on the ceiling. Somebody come and help my brother Captain. He bleeding to death. But let's go. Let's look at his queen. According to historian David Harris Wilson, throughout his youth, James was praised for his chastity. He wasn't getting none, y'all, since he showed little interest in women. But Cap want to talk about his sexuality. Historian David Harris Wilson disagreed. He continued to prefer male company. A subtle marriage, a suitable marriage, however, was necessary to reinforce his monarchy. And the choice fell on 14-year-old Anne of Denmark. Say that again?
30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Yeah.
I thought I had 25 minutes.
No, you had 2 minutes. I mean, you had 8 minutes to rebuttal Cap.
No, remember I said, I'm not even doing no rebuttal. I'm just gonna get into my presentation.
So you just want to skip the rebuttal and the response to the rebuttal and just go right into
the presentation is the rebuttal. That's why I said I wasn't doing that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you were saying, but we still got to finish the second round on Cap end though.
I got you.
You might have to throw that out.
Okay, I can stop. I can stop. Let me finish this with his wife. Okay. And I'll stop right here. So the choice fell on 14-year-old. All right, the choice fell to 14-year-old Anne of Denmark, younger daughter of Protestant Frederick II. Shortly after a proxy marriage, in Copenhagen in August 1589 and sailed for Scotland, but was forced by storms to the coast of Norway. On hearing that the crossing had been abandoned, James sailed with a 300-strong routine to fetch Anne personally in what historian David Harris Wilson calls the one romantic episode of his life. This portrait was again painted by John de la Critz in 1605. She was not only was she white, my bad. So not only was she white, not only was he white, so was his queen. All right, let me stop sharing. So my bad. I think I had some miscommunication. I thought I was just going straight into my
no, you good.
I
You
can stop
good.
right there because I got plenty more, and I don't want to cut Cap anyway. He already bleeding. You need life support. You need a blood transfusion.
Bro. Let me go and drop this for the brother. You know what I'm saying? Cap10K, Pianki, go on mute. Cap10K, take yourself off mute. You have 2 minutes to respond to what Brother Pianki said. I want to say this before you go. He not only showed what we know as the earliest picture of King James, but he showed the dude's wife, he showed the dude's mama, he showed the dude's daddy, he even showed one of the dude's cousins, bro. I'm really waiting to see what you have to present to debunk what Brother Pianki has just presented. You have 2 minutes. The floor is yours, bro.
All right, no sweat. I'm gonna first go to First Maccabees 3:48. And it says, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. Okay, now he did present a picture of King James, of King James's mother, of his wife, and everybody. Those are all white people. You understand? The same way he made that same mistake with pulling that one book with that one African that says he misses Africa because he is an African. You understand? He's not an Israelite. So he would not say that, I miss Israel and I'm an Israelite and, and I pray to the Most High. He would say that he prays to his gods because he doesn't even have one. The same way in the scripture in Exodus, where we read in 5, where the Pharaoh told Moses, who is this God of yours? I know not God. You understand? I don't know him. And guess what? God doesn't know them either. The Bible says that he only knows Israel. All right. And we are Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. So, like I said, if everybody knows like the Russian, the Russian icons, right? It's where they took the images, because they still have them. They still have all of the true images of the angels, of Christ, of the disciples, of the apostles, of everybody Israelite, right? And then guess what? They're all black. They're all in color. None of them is white, right? So he took all of those pictures and he painted it. And that's what it says in the scripture here. I'm going to read it again. First Maccabees 3:48. And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen, the so-called white man, Edomites, right? They are heathens. And it says the so-called heathen, it's like wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. So I'm not shocked and confused anymore now that I know the truth about everybody who's not damn white. You understand? Only a liar would say that and present that. Like I said, the white man even takes and says that he's Egyptian, says that he's African. He's every damn body. Okay. And we know now that the picture that he took of Christ, he even lied about that. In the Vatican, they actually pray to a black Jesus, the original painting, the black
30 seconds, Scott.
You understand? So who don't know? And then they gave out the white ones. You understand? So who don't know that they lied about their images? You understand? So you pulling that and pulling those images prove absolutely nothing. When you can actually pull up that article that I pulled and go in, like you said, in Britain, and you'll see where all over England is Black Boy. You understand? It's commemorated about King James. You understand? Not the white one. All right.
Okay. We're going to stop right there. Shout out to my brother Cap. Shout out to my brother Cap, man. As we see previously, my brother P-Yankee kind of jumped the gun. Cap, if you could put yourself on mute. P-Yankee, take yourself off mute. P-Yankee, now this is your 25-minute. This is your time to get your 25 minutes to go into the second question of the round, in which the second question of the round is, was King James a black man, or did he play a role? And did he play a role in the transatlantic slave trade? We already know that you went in deep on your 8-minute rebuttal, and you started off giving some of your PowerPoint in round number 2. So it's on you how you want to proceed from now. Your time start when you start, my brother. Floor is yours.
All right, so that's what's up. So yeah, I jumped the gun because Cap shot his own head off so fast. I got kind of hyped. But let me get back to my PowerPoint. And so this is his son, and I ain't gonna need 25 minutes because I'm almost done with my PowerPoint. So it's kind of grand opening, grand closing at this point. This is King James' son again, and now I just want to say, this artwork is documented, dated, etc. And let me go back a few slides so I can tell. John DeCritz is the artist. Historian David Harris Wilson is the historian and the expert on King James in this period. So, I mean, he could say I ain't pulled sources, but I mean, do my Israelite brothers know what that is? I'm not quite sure, but let's talk about his son and his grandson, Charles I of England and Charles II of England. Now you see these individuals, right? Now he kept talking about this black boy pub, and I didn't put it in the presentation because I didn't even think about it, but I know for a fact, and again, this is just off the dome because history is my thing. The Black Boy Pub was named after Charles II, not because he was black, but because he had black hair. Anybody ever heard of Blackbeard the Pirate? I'm sure you have in the audience. You've heard of Blackbeard the Pirate. There have been many fictional depictions of him throughout history, etc. Nobody thinks that Blackbeard the Pirate was a black man, but his beard was black. They called him Blackbeard. Just like they called Charles II Black Boy because of his hair. Eric the Red was a famous pirate. A famous Viking pirate. He was called Eric the Red because of his hair. They wouldn't calling him Black Boy because he was black. Like, we got to stop with this nonsense. But let's go. So, speaking of Charles II and King James and his involvement in the slave trade, let's talk about the Royal African Company. As early as 1618, King James granted a patent to a company that wanted to trade for gold and precious woods in Africa. However, after seeing how profitable enslavement of Africans had become, the company's new focus and profits derived from the transatlantic slave trade. The Royal African Company, RAC, was an English mercantile or trading company set up in 1660 by the Royal Stewart family. That's the family that Cap is calling black, right? That didn't have nothing to do with the slave trade. The company was started, the patent was started by King James, and still in 1660, after he was gone, the Royal Stewart family and the City of London merchants started this company and got it going, right? So again, the Royal Stewart family and the City of London merchants to trade along the west coast of Africa. It was led by the Duke of York, who was the brother of Charles II. Charles II is King James' son. They're supposed to be black, right? And later took the throne as James II. So again, these are King James' son. After King Charles, James II took the throne. They brothers. They're King James' children, his sons, his seed. They were princes. And so it shipped more African slaves to the Americas than any other company in the history of the transatlantic slave trade. And that's case closed. And this is just general history, people. Like everybody know this. King James, a supposed black man, started a company that wanted to trade for gold and precious woods in Africa. However, after seeing how profitable the enslavement of Africans had become, the company's new focus and profits derived from the transatlantic slave trade. His sons continued his legacy of trading African slaves in the transatlantic slave trade and shipped more African slaves to the Americas than any other company in the history of the transatlantic slave trade. What more can I say? Are you not entertained?
Man, are you not
I'm done. Like this, it's blood everywhere, man. I'm scared to walk because I'm going to fall in his blood and I don't even want to get this stuff on me, man.
Hey, man. Say, my brother, you yield your time. You still had 20 minutes and 40 seconds left. You did that in 5 minutes. Oh, man. Okay. Captain 10K, you heard everything the brother P-Yankee had to say. You seen him show the pictures. You seen him show family members. You seen him show King James being involved in the slave trade as a white man selling other Africans, according to his articles, information, and historical timeline. You have 8 minutes to rebuttal anything that you heard P-Yankee say. P-Yankee, put yourself on mute. Captain 10K, take yourself off mute. You got 8 minutes to give your rebuttal, my brother. Floor is yours.
All right. Oh, okay, I'm on. Now, that is amazing to me how he said that he was called Black Boy because of the color of his hair. I've never heard white people call themselves Black Boy because their hair is black. I've never heard them say that they are blonde boy because their hair is blonde. I've never heard them say that they are a red boy because their hair is red. I've never heard them say a brunette boy because their hair. They would say when they refer to themselves, they would say a blonde head, right? That's specifically their hair. Not say, oh, black head, black boy because you got black hair. That's ridiculous. You understand? And he's slipping and slack because he cut himself with his own weapon. You understand? When you don't know how to use one, you'll do that, right? I know people that have shot themselves and stabbed themselves because they didn't know what they was doing with that piece of metal that they was holding. Okay, and he claiming he's slipping and sliding. Yeah, you cut yourself. You understand? You're cutting yourself over there. And to say that they called him Black Boy because of the color of his hair sounds ridiculous. I know a lot of white boys that got black hair, and I never heard them say that they call each other Black Boy because of their hair. But I have heard them call boys that are truly black. I've heard them call us that. You understand? Because of the color of our skin, not because of they don't call us Black Boy because of the color of our hair. Our hair is black. You understand? And we've never been called the term Black Boy because of the color of our hair. That is so ridiculous. All right. And King James did not start that company that you mentioned. You said yourself that it was after he ruled. So how are you turning around and blaming King James? And then by your own admission, DMG, you said that Africans sold other African tribes into slavery. So who would be the bigger culprit here? Who would be the bigger criminal here? A person that just goes and makes a company, or the people that's actually doing the selling? You understand? So by your own admission, DMG, you should have left that out. You understand? Because if you're truly an African and you claim, this is what you said in your when we first had the discussion about this debate, and you said this in your prelim, right? That you all sold each, other tribes, which would show just how ridiculous and shameful of people that you Africans truly are, if you're truly African. But we know you're not. You understand? Because you don't even get down with any of the nonsense that you actually teach. You only teach, you do not practice it, right? Just like I've heard Muslims say the same thing, to where, oh no, I'm Muslim, but I don't practice it. That's because it's BS. The same way that this Kemet stuff that you are teaching, DMG, is BS. All right, and you know that. And like I said, man, that whole stuff about the pictures, okay, it's in the scriptures, it's in the Bible, before it even happened, that they would do that they would take our images and create their own. You understand? And like I said, back in the, what was that, the 60s is when they, or 70s, when they started giving our great grandmothers the picture of white Jesus. This was something that was hidden in the scriptures that nobody knew about until 1969, is that they would do that. So the whole time our great grandmothers have been worshiping white Jesus, when the Bible said the whole time that they would change the paintings. They would change it just the same way that they changed the pictures and paintings about King James. You understand?
Let me drop a bomb for my brother. Man, as y'all can see, it's getting heated up in here, man. I want to give a shout out to Per Black, who just joined the chat. I want to give a shout out to 1981, who also just joined the chat. We're about to move into the third round. In the third round, the question is, did Native Indians have Black people as slaves? That's what we're talking about in the third round. Cap, hey, you went first the first two rounds, just to kind of switch up the flavor. I want to let DMG kind of go first since you just got through talking. DMG, I want to give you the first 25 minutes. And the question is, did Native Indians have Black people as slaves? I'm going to start your time. When you get to talking, Cap, if you can put yourself on mute, DMG, take yourself off mute, and let's get it going, bro. DMG, take yourself off mute, my brother.
Remember, Cap said that this was an unequivocal no, right? Native Americans, Native Indians didn't own Black slaves, right? Okay, let's get into it. Yes, they did. To answer that question unequivocally, yes, they did. I bet when you think of the Trail of Tears, you likely imagine a long procession of suffering Cherokee Indians forced westward by the villainous Andrew Jackson. Perhaps you envision unscrupulous white slaveholders whose interest in growing a plantation economy underlay the decision to expel the Cherokee, flooding in to take their place east of the Mississippi River. What you probably don't picture is Cherokee slaveholders, foremost among them Cherokee chief John Ross, who I have pictured right here. He looks right European, no? What you probably don't picture are the numerous African slaves Cherokees owned, who made the brutal march themselves or else were shipped in mass to what is now Oklahoma aboard cramped boats by their wealthy Indian masters. And what you may not know is that the federal policy of Indian removal, which ranged far beyond the Trail of Tears and the Cherokee, was not simply the vindictive scheme of President Andrew Jackson, but rather a popularly endorsed, congressionally sanctioned campaign spanning the administrations of 9 separate presidents. Cap finna get this work on this. Historian Ryan P. Smith notes that these uncomfortable complications in the narrative were brought to the forefront at the recent event held at the National Museum of the American Indian. Titled Finding Common Ground. The symposium offered a deep dive into intersectional African American and Native American history. For museum curator Paul Chack Smith, a Comanche, who has overseen the design of and opening of the widely lauded Americans expedition, now on view on the museum's third floor, it is imperative to provide the museum going public with an unflinching history, even when doing so is painful. I used to like history, Smith told the crowd ruefully, and sometimes I still do, but not most of the time. Most of the time, history and I are frenemies at best. In the case of the Trail of Tears and the enslavement of Blacks by prominent members of all 5 so-called civilized tribes, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole, Smith went one step further, likening the ugly truth of history to a mangy, snarling dog standing between you and a crowd-pleasing narrative. Now, which Native Americans or Israelites? Is it all of them? Because it's a bunch of different tribes. I guess all of them are Israelites. If so, those 5 civilized tribes were trifling as hell. Obviously, Smith said the story should be, or needs to be, that the enslaved Black people and soon to be exiled red people would join forces to defeat their oppressor. That's what you would think. Let's team up. Let's bang against this beast together. Let's fight this devil that the Bible speaks of, like Cap said. But such was not the case, far from it. In her book, Black Slaves, Indian Masters, Professor Barbara Kruthmeyer, and I'm butchering her last name, my apologies, the 5 civilized tribes were deeply committed to slavery, established their own racialized Black codes, immediately reestablished slavery when they arrived in Indian territory, rebuilt their nations with African slave labor, crushed slave rebellions, and check this out, enthusiastically sided with the Confederacy in the Civil War. God damn. In other words, the truth is about as far a cry from a crowd-pleasing narrative as you could possibly get. Do you want to hear that? Smith asked the audience. I don't think so. Nobody does. And yet Smith is firm in his belief that it is a museum's duty to embrace and I'm gonna butcher that word too, elucidate ambiguity, not sweep it under the rug in the pursuit of some cleaner fiction. Fiction like King James being Black. Fiction like a million Israelites going into North Africa and migrating to West Africa. Fiction like Israelites being in Africa for over 1,000 years and not being African. Fiction like Europeans would come to Africa and only take Israelites. Fictions like that. Taya Mills, an African-American historian at the University of Michigan, agrees. At the Finding Common Ground event, she meticulously laid out primary source evidence to paint a picture of Indian/African-American relations in the years leading to the Civil War. Native Americans, she said, had themselves been enslaved even before African Americans, and the 2 groups were enslaved for approximately 150 years in tandem. It wasn't until the mid-18th century that the bondage of Native Americans began to wane as Africans were imported in greater and greater numbers. Increasingly, where white colonists viewed Africans as little more than mindless beasts of burden, they saw Native Americans as something more. Noble savages, unrefined, but courageous and fierce. It's kind of like they passed that down to us because everybody want to say they got Indian hair, they got Indian in their family and all that other BS. What makes you ashamed of being Black? Perversely, Native American ownership of Black slaves came about as a way for Native Americans to illustrate their social sophistication to white settlers. They were working hard to comply with government dictates that told Native people that in order to be protected and secure in their land base, they had to prove their level of civilization. Wow. Miles explained. Miles notes that in 2011, this was 2011, 10 years ago, the Cherokee Nation recently stripped citizenship from a majority of African Americans who descended from the slaves of wealthy Cherokee Indians before the Civil War. They still hating on Black people, but they Israelites. Shout out to the tribe of Gad. How would slave ownership prove civilization? The answer, Miles contends, is that in capitalism crazed America, slaves became tokens of economic success. It's like when I get in my Lexus and I be thinking I be a little full of myself, I be smelling myself. That's what having a slave was back then. The more slaves you own, the more serious a business person you were. And the more serious a business person you were, the fitter you were to join the ranks of civilized society. It's worth remembering, as historian Paul Chat Smith says, that while most Native Americans did not own slaves, neither did most Mississippi whites. Slave ownership was a serious status symbol. Smith and Miles agree that much of early American history is explained poorly by modern morality, but effectively by simple economics and power dynamics. The Cherokee owned slaves for the same reasons their white neighbors did. They knew exactly what they were doing. Damn. In truth, Smith says, the Cherokee and other civilized tribes were not that complicated. They were willful and determined oppressors of the African slaves they owned, enthusiastic participants in a global economy driven by cotton, and believers in the idea that they were equal to whites and superior to Blacks. Damn. What the slaveholders of Ross and other civilized nation leaders does mean, however, is that our assumptions regarding clearly differentiated heroes and villains are worth pushing back on. Indians ain't y'all friends like y'all think. Shout out to the tribe of Gad, though. I don't know why our brains make it so hard to compute that President Jackson had a terrible Indian policy and a radically expanded American democracy. Smith said, or that John Ross was a skillful leader for the Cherokee Nation who fought the criminal policy of removal with every ounce of strength, but also a man who deeply believed in and participated and practiced, the enslavement of Black people. As historian Paul Chat Smith says, to conclude his remarks, the best maxim to take heart when confronting this awful history may be a quote from American anti-colonial leader Amilcar Cabral. Tell no lies and claim no easy victories. That's grand opening, grand closing. I'm done. Blood everywhere.
Hey, Cap, DMG, you got 14 minutes left. You sure you can see the rest of the time?
Well, let me just speak my speech for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it's clear that these so-called 5 civilized tribes didn't care about Black people, as Kanye West said during Hurricane Katrina. I don't know how Cap gonna reconcile that. I guess that's a lie. I guess it's a lie. Like everything else, it's a lie. The white man, the devil, he made it up. Even though it's Black and Cherokee, Comanche people explaining this history. But I guess the white man made it up. I guess they got some kind of ulterior motive. See, this is what happens when we do pseudo history instead of real history. when we start putting our faith and our beliefs in front of history and superimposing that faith and belief over history, this is what happens. We start believing things that's just not true. Now, I respect my brother Faith. I respect his beliefs. What I don't respect is fake history. I love history. I'm a high school dropout. History, the only class I got A's. So I take it personal when somebody just makes stuff up or believes some stuff that's made up, even though we got real history to prove otherwise. It's kind of offensive. So I just want to say this. Given what I laid out, given what these so-called 5 civilized tribes did, why are we claiming that they are brothers? Why are we claiming that they are people? What's that about? Why do we want to bash the Africans, stinking Africans? Why you wearing a dashiki? But I guess he'd rather I wore some deer skin with the fringes hanging off and go hunt some buffalo. But you got a problem with Africa. But you got a problem with Africans selling Africans, or you got a problem with me saying it, but you ain't got no problem with these Native Americans owning slaves. Like, let's get down to it. Is this some self-hating shit? I ain't mean to say shit, my bad. I said I was gonna stop with the curse. But you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the psychological thing that's going on in our head where we want to be somebody else so bad? I get it. Like, we go to church every Sunday and we hear about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all his people, Samson, Delilah, David, Bathsheba, Solomon. We hear about all these people, Adam and Eve, Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy. You hear me? And then we get somebody tell us, hey, you them people. And the way they was treating you up in that church wasn't right. And you like, damn, that's what's up. And you get somebody dynamic like Commander General Yohana, and that's somebody who you can follow. That's somebody you can have respect for. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But we still got to deal with reality. And the reality is, we ain't even got no proof that these people in that book exist. We ain't got no proof that they exist. We don't know if they real. That's a story. And you can believe it all you want to. And ain't nothing wrong with having belief. Like, I can respect your belief. But when we start dealing with facts, we got to put the facts on the table and leave the belief in the back. Hold on to your belief. Hold tight to it. That's what's up. If it made you who you was, more power to you. Whatever make you a better person, you entitled to it. But the facts are the facts. We can't superimpose somebody else's history over ours. And that's all I got to say. Like I said, there's blood all on the floor, blood on the walls. I got to clean all this stuff up, get somebody in here to give my brother a blood transfusion, resuscitate him. I didn't want to do this to him, but I had to. That's peace.
That's peace. That's peace. Well, man, Cap10K, P.N.K. go on mute. Cap10K, take yourself off of mute. I want to say, man, brother P.N.K. came with some heavy weights, man. Not only did he show several historians, he showed several Indian historians talking about their own people and them having Black people in America as slaves, bro. You got 8 minutes to rebuttal whatever position you want to rebuttal from what P.N.K. said, and the floor is yours, my brother.
All right. He's mentioned that there's no proof that the people even existed in the Bible, but where's the proof that your Amun-Ra exists and your, Osiris, Iris, Horus, and all them false gods that you believe in, the Egyptian gods? Where's the proof that they actually existed? You understand? It makes no sense. He says that we were in Africa for over 1,000 years, and why are we not Africans? The same way we are here in America for over 500 years, and we're not Americans. You understand? You've been here, right, for a long time. DMG, you've been here for a while, and you don't even claim to be American. You're in search of a nationality that's not the one where you live, because that where you live does not make you who you are. You understand? That right there just makes no sense whatsoever. All right. And let me see, what did he say? At one point, we mentioned the war between blacks and natives. They did turn us against each other. Okay, that happened. It happens all the time. It's happening today, to where we're still against each other. You know, and then for you to say that the natives are not Israelites, and you brought a picture of them and said that they look white. You know, I got some pictures that I'm gonna show you where they turned around and they stripped the natives of their culture. You understand? And they so-called cleaned them up because they called us savages, right? You go right over in Cahokia to the Cahokia Mounds, and they got the Native Indians as if they were just savages, didn't wear clothes, dressed, a pamper and all this mess, running around, a tomahawk and everything. That's not their culture. The white man lied about that as well. And you said there's something going on in our brains. It's something going on in your brain to where you cannot see that the white man is the devil and he has lied to us about everything, even that DNA test that you took. You understand? He lied to you about that too, and told you was 9 different Africans. All right, and I'm probably sure you part European on there too. You understand? So it's just the whole. You haven't proven that the Native Indians did anything. You understand? You claiming that you said that they not Israelites once before in the prelim. Well, you got to prove. I said it before. Prove who they are. Then you understand? You have to prove who they are. You understand, to say who they're not. Okay, and you cannot do that. You haven't proven that they're. I guess what was it, a Wikipedia article that you found? That right there that was lame. Whatever article you found, wherever you found it at, to say that the natives was mistreating blacks, their slaves. They did call us their slaves. They did say that. And you know why? They had to say that because at one point, the white man was trying to get the slaves off of the reservations and away from the natives on their land, right? They were trying to get us away from them so that they could turn around and take control over us again. Okay. So like I said, brother, you fail. You keep saying it's blood everywhere. And I'm not seeing any, some blood other than your own. All right. And I yield.
All righty. Captain 10K yield the rest of his time. Priyanka, you have a 2-minute response to Cap rebuttal. Floor is yours. Cap, put yourself on mute. Priyanka, put yourself on mute.
I don't even know what my brother just said. Like that, first of all, that wasn't Wikipedia, but ain't nothing wrong showing sources. So, but I don't even know what he just said. Like he brought up Amon Ra. Nobody ever said Amon Ra was a real person. I never said that. So I don't know what that was about. And that's not even part of the debate, but that's cool. Then he said I didn't prove that Native Indians enslaved our ancestors. Then what did I just do? What did I just do then? Because we got historians who are Native American, Native Indian, whatever you want to call them. We got historians who are African American or Black, Israelite, if you will, who share the same opinion that I do. So what didn't I prove? You got to be kidding me. This is a fantasy that my bro is trying to live in. He's trying to make a belief a reality. And that's just not what it is. You can't superimpose your belief onto real history. Now, I like the ISUPK. I got a lot of respect for him. Tell Cap that all the time. Just because I got respect for him, and I like, when I say respect, I got respect for him. That don't mean that this thing happened literally. This is what you believe, this is what you feel, this is what you're following, this is what you're doing. That does not make it a reality in history. It's good things to practice, it's good things to do. I love it. But that doesn't make this narrative about King James, about the Native Indians, and all of these things true with regards to Black people in America. Keep doing what you're doing. Y'all do big positive things. You feed hungry people. You helping Black people get on their feet, get off of drugs, etc. Keep doing that. Just don't tell me that this stuff is true with regards to Deuteronomy, us going into being Israelites, coming into Africa, being in Africa for 1,300 years, and not like, just don't tell me that's true. And we good money. But I proved my case. Like I said, I gotta resuscitate my brother. I want you to be all right after this. I want you to still come on the channel. Like, don't be scared to come on the channel, because I fuck with you heavy. So
he beating you up, Cap. Don't be scared to come back.
In this particular debate, I just had to black both your eyes, bust your lip, and break your nose. And that's all it is to it.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Matter of fact, you ended perfectly at the 2 minutes. Bianca, you went first, right? So, Cap, now it's your turn for the round 3 question, which is, did Native Indians have Black people as slaves? You have 25 minutes, and you can yield anytime you don't need, but the floor is yours, and I will start the clock when you begin.
All right, 1 second. Let me get my screen up.
This is the last round for the listening audience. I want y'all to get y'all questions ready. I'm about to drop the link in the chat. The Q&A round is next. We're gonna let a few people come on and ask a question or two, and then we're gonna get ready to close on out. Cap, let me know when you're ready, and we can go. Y'all look out for tomorrow. I think, we may have something coming up between one of Captain 10K's officers against Marlon Sims. Y'all know the God body, the 5%er. He's in the chat. He's talking a lot. He said he wants to smoke with anybody from ISUPK that's pertaining to the topic. We know ISUPK don't back down from nobody. So y'all stay tuned to Paradigm Shift TV. We may just have that coming up for y'all tomorrow. Also be on the lookout for Rabbi Lewis. We should have him coming up tomorrow for y'all as well. Cap, if you're ready, let me know, and let's get it going.
All right, one second. My screen is still frozen.
All right. I can't see your screen. You are sharing right now, though. It says Native Indians had Black people as slaves, or were family, or were we family?
Okay, there it go.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? Hold on 1 second, because it keeps.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now it's stuck again.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready. I'm going to talk for a second. Shout out to Jerome, the Christian Green, the co-host of Trust and Believe the Gospel, Mr. Co-host to you. Again, man, shout out to them people over there at Scripture Rippers. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that's up here in the chat, man. We really appreciate y'all coming through tonight. I know that this was a debate that people been wanting to see for a while, man. And again, we're just happy to have y'all in the building. Shout out to Robert Ash. Shout out to ISUPK St. Louis. We see y'all out there in the building as well. Shout out to all the other Israelite brothers and sisters that are also in the chat. I'm not going to even try to pronounce some of y'all names because I don't want to butcher the name, but shout out to y'all. Captain 10K people are in the building in support. Shout out to all the Kemetic people that's in the building. Shout out to all my Christian brothers and sisters I see that's out there in the chat. I appreciate y'all coming through. You know what I'm saying? And we really do appreciate it. Is you ready, Cap?
God, I'm ready. I'm gonna just share it like this, because every time I go to the other screen, it turns around and it keeps freezing. So I'm gonna just share it like this. So far, it's not stuck. I'm able to maneuver like this. All right.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Whichever way you want to do it, bro. The flow is yours. 25 minutes.
All right. Cool. Okay. So we're gonna go with this book here. Because like I said, where the Native Indians have Black people as slaves, or were we family? So we're gonna go with the book Black Indians, right? And I'm gonna read the back of before I even go on the inside of the book. It says, invaluable history, right? This is on the back of the book. It says the first paths to freedom taken by runaway slaves led to Native American villages where Black men and women found acceptance and friendship among our country's original inhabitants. Though they seldom appear in textbooks, movies, or TV shows of the Old West, the children of Native and African American marriages shaped the early days of the fur trade, added a new dimension to frontier diplomacy, and made a daring contribution to the fight for American liberty, right? And then it says, for 20 years, William Loring Katz, Black Indians has remained a definitive work on their long, arduous quest for freedom. Now his compelling account, meticulously researched and documented with rare antique prints and photographs, is reissued in this handsome anniversary edition, presenting an often neglected chapter in our shared history to a new generation of readers. All right, now we're gonna go on the inside now, because it says that the natives, they did meticulous research. They went and found out that the people that they had as slaves were not being treated like slaves. That's the thing that DMG does not understand, is the natives were not beating us and lynching us and burning us and selling our children and breaking up our families, oppressing us daily. You understand? They was not doing that. It said we found acceptance. Why? Because this book is going to tell why, because we knew that we was family at one point. You so bad, DMG, want to be family with the Africans, when by your own admission, again, is one line of people that I would not even want to be associated with. To sell your own uncles and aunts and cousins and brothers and sisters, you understand, just because they're in another tribe. You mentioned the Native Indians, you said, well, it's a bunch of tribes of them. Which one are they? You understand? They're Native Indians. The same way Black people, we are from the tribe of Judah, but we have several different names, several different families within a family. And you don't know that. You understand? So, but I'm gonna go on the inside of the book and read a little more. And it says, the European, and this is before we even get to the pages, the meat of the book, even past the, you understand, the contents, we're at the front of the book. It says, the European is to the other races of mankind what man himself is to the lower animals. He makes them subservient to his use, and when he cannot subdue, he destroys them. Okay, so that's what he has done with Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, is completely destroyed our people, right? Into believing that we're Africans and that the natives is not our family, right? Then it says, one of the longest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is that treating of the relations of the Negroes and the Indians. The Indians were already here when the white man came, and the Negroes brought in some after to serve as a subject race found among the Indians, one of their means of escape. Okay, and this is by Carter G. Woodson, right? The Journal of Negro History, right? Again, now you're gonna turn around and see and hear the word African in this book, right? But you turn around and know that Negro follows right behind it. So they turn around and they have called us Africans, right? And then they turn around and call us Negroes, the same way that they're doing it today. Like Black people, like for instance, me and DMG, anytime we talk, what's up, bro? We don't say what's up, African. You understand? You don't say that. Africans don't.
I don't really know
Africans
why
don't even each other
Captain
like
not
that.
cussing that much. Me and Pianki talked about it, as you already know. I told you that I told him, you know, the conversation about cursing in the last show that you had viewed with us.
Okay, I'm back now.
My bad, bro.
I don't sweat. Africans don't even address each other as bro and call each other black man. What's up, black man? You understand? But we do. We talk like that. We don't say, you know what I'm saying? We even, what's up, my nigga? You understand? Africans don't talk like that. You know what I mean? But we do. All right. So they know that the people that were slaves that was escaping, you understand, and was fleeing to the Native Indians, guess what? They were Negroes, not Africans. All right. Then it says, in the course of time, the American people got into Florida and began to live. This caused trouble. The colored people and the Indians, the colored people again, right? On that manifesto that I went back and found from the 1849, right? When they was selling slaves down in New Orleans, it said Negroes and people of color. Here it is again. You understand? They didn't say Africans. They didn't say Africans at all. It said naturally, it says, sort of the colored people and the Indians being natives of the land, both of us being natives of the land. We were living together. You understand? You don't turn around and associate your slave as you living with them. You understand? Not at all. And it says, naturally went on the war path. They fought until the American people called for peace. The Indians and the Negroes gave them peace. Now, the thing about that is they gave them peace, but the white man did not give us peace in return. You understand? So let's go to the inside of the book a little bit. Okay, and we're going to show one of the pictures that we got as well. This is the introduction. Black Indians. The very words make most people shake their heads in disbelief or smile at what happens. It's like, or smile at what appears to be a joke. You heard DMG how he started laughing. Well, he thought it was a joke. You understand? That's because he don't know true history. He don't know the truth. You know, he thinks what was a joke is that he took and bought a DNA test for us, a speedy DNA test for $50 cheap. You understand? And turned around and told him he African, and he believed that. He ran with that. You understand? That the white man, which we call the devil, that the Bible speaks of, gave him a speedy DNA test, and he believed that. But he does not believe that the natives are our own people. Okay. And it says that a play on words, right? No one remembers any such person in a school text, history book, or Western novel. None ever appeared. Yet they lived and roamed all over the Americas. Their story began with the first European landing in the New World, reached from New England to Brazil, and continues today. The number of Afro-Americans with an Indian ancestor was once estimated at about 1/3 of the total. In Latin America, the percentage is much higher. This means that an important page in history has been missing, okay? And it's been missing because the white man has lied about it. Right. You understand? He covered it up. He still got the truth. He know who he enslaved, he wrote it down, and he kept record of it. You understand? He noted the people that he came here and took the land from. That's why they call it the New World, this place where they claim that no one was here before. And he's a goddamn lie. And now he has to rewrite his history because the truth is out. The truth is out that the natives were here first. The truth is out that we were family, not turned around and was being beaten and they were selling us like cattle. You understand? So I'm gonna go a little more. Okay, this part here. It says this unknown American story is deeply rooted. Now, if you can see this picture here real quick, if you can see this picture, this is a brother in the picture with the natives. You understand? This is Native Indians right here. The natives is here, and the brothers is in the back. It's two brothers and two natives. This is a native here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. I'm pointing at it. To the left. So you got to the left, to the right, you got a native, you got a brother, you got a Negro. Well, the natives are brothers too, but you got a native, you got a Negro, you got a native, and you got a Negro in the back, right? And we were family. Don't look like they was getting beat to me. You understand? Look like he got look like the brother got a pistol on his hip. The same way the natives do. You understand? So you got to turn around and not believe what this is a real picture. This is nothing nobody turned around and painted. This is an actual photo. Okay. And this is in 1866, right? The Shoshone Indians, one of the matter of fact, several sisters in the school is from the Shoshones, right? And let's see. It says this unknown American story is deeply rooted in the human currents that shaped our early life. Two parallel institutions joined to create Black Indians. And it says, hold on, I gotta skip to the next one. The seizure and mistreatment of Indians and their lands and the enslavement of Africans. Now, this is the part where I said they're gonna say Africans, and then now they're gonna switch it up. All right. And it says, in their conquest of the New World, Europeans were determined to use both dark people. Right. He pulled a picture of one native that he said looked white to him. But we got Black people. I got some of my family that look white. You understand? But they father is damn coon black. You understand? But we don't get caught up on color because our people can come out in any color, right? Doesn't matter. So we don't worry about color in the ISUPK. We will focus on the bloodline. All right. Then it says here, the Europeans were determined to use both dark peoples. 10 whites are not enough to watch one Negro, said a Portuguese slave master living in Brazil in 1735. To protect slavery and prevent resistance, Europeans developed brutal methods of control and degrading racial policies. You turn around and pulled that the natives was doing that. They were not. The same way they divide and conquer Black people, they got 2, 3, 4 brothers in a car and they pull you over. They do divide and conquer when they put one brother across the street and they put the other brother, on the other side of the street. And they go question him over there and they go question, they do the same thing. They did that to the natives. They did that to us back then. And guess what? They're doing it to us still to this day. All right. And then it says there is evidence that European genocidal attacks on Indians in the New World may have an additional explanation besides land hunger and greed. So it's more to the story than just, the natives wasn't eating and there was a famine in the land and you understand, stuff like that. Greed, the white man being greedy, wanting to take over the whole earth. You understand? And went and came here and stole the land from our Native Indian brothers and sisters that were living here already. You understand? When he came.
Right.
Damn right. Perhaps another reason for eliminating Indians was to prevent their alliance with Africans. Now, again, they turn around, they call us the African, they call us a Negro, now they call us the African again. We know that the natives, DMG, he turned around and sold what he called Africans to the white man, but he vilified a damn native for him having a slave. And when he did not mistreat slaves, he did not treat us cruelly at all. We was family, and we knew that. Right? Until divided us from being so. All right. And it just said that he prevented us from coming together. Colonial Europeans left evidence of plenty that this was often an overriding fear. It's an overriding fear. They don't give a damn because you call yourself an African. No. They telling you are African. You gave them $50 for them to tell you they ain't scared of that. They don't care about that. They told you were African and you believed it. But say that you are Israelite, say that you Black, Hispanic, and Native Indians, say the truth, now he has a problem. You understand? Because he knows that once we come together under our true identity, not no bogus African mumbo jumbo and Jambay and Wube and World Doodoo and Boo Boo, whatever the hell it is, that's not our identity. And the white man is pushing that on Black people. You understand? He used Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson turned around and coined the phrase. A so-called Black man, an Israelite himself, coined the phrase to where he said that we want to be called, Black people here in America want to be called Africans because it lines us up with royalty and a culture. Not that we actually them people. That's what Jesse Jackson said himself. It would give us a sense of them royalty, Well, we are royalty. You look in the Bible, we the greatest people to ever live.
Right.
You understand? We the Israelites. We are God's chosen people.
Right.
So I'm gonna go with that versus me going with African that I don't feel attached to. You ain't gonna turn around and find none of my cousins over there and say that Umbuwe is your uncle. You understand? Or none of that. You're gonna find none of my relatives, you understand, over there and with a drop of my blood and they blood and say that we family. That's ridiculous, man. You understand? But they are in fear of us coming together as a nation of people, right? You could be African all day. Matter of fact, to be called African again, like I said before, is white. And you fell for it. All right. And then it says, I have defined Black Indians as people who have a dual ancestry, or Black people who have lived for some time with Native Americans. All right. And it says, when slaves escaped to the woods and joined or began remote communities, they are called by the Spanish term Maroons. All right. Which means Black again. And Native Indians, guess what? They're Israelites. They suffered and went through the same exact stuff that we went through. This is the white man, him turning around and Christianizing the Native Indians. This is a group of Native Indians right here. This is Elsie, Marie, Ramon, Susie, Gaihi. I don't want to mess the name up. Randolph Thompson and Ralph Brown are 4 of the 1,200 students who say thank you to God for the happy Christmas everyone had at Intermountain because of the thousands of Christians who made it possible. You can see on this picture right here, you see white Jesus in the background. You see white Jesus in the back. You understand? And God said in the Bible that if we turn around and did not listen to him and obey him, then we would end up serving other gods that us and our forefathers did not know. We didn't know nothing about no damn white Jesus, but there is the picture of him right there on the wall in the background. And these are the Native Indians. This is the Native Indians right here. And they got treated the same exact way. Here's another picture of a Native Indian. Uh-oh, one second, it's frozen again, hold on. Okay, there we go. This is a Native Indian. You see him on the left in his culture, right? Looking good. I don't know why they say the natives were savages. Boy, they look good in their tribal gear. You understand? But look at him. He got his pistol. Little man got his thumper with him. You understand? He body, right? But then guess what? Look on the picture on the right. And he does look like a little white boy now. You understand? I mean, look what happened when you strip people from their true identity and their culture. You strip them and try to make them be like you. Guess what? They did the same thing with our brothers. They like shaving their heads and their faces. You understand? Take their beard, and Black men don't even like their beard no more. You understand why? Because the white is real white to shave it all off. And then you got to put cream on and alcohol and witch hazel and all kind of stuff on it to kill the bumps that's going to turn around and grow afterward. That's why the Lord said, leave that hair on your face. You know what I'm saying? But let's go with another picture. Okay. This is a brother with his native woman. You understand? Now, if the natives was turned around and was mistreating us, how is he looking like that? He dressed like them. You understand? He got the gear like them. He geared up just like them and doing his thing with it. You understand? Got him a Native Indian wife. But DMG claims that they was brutal to Black people. Okay? Here's another picture of the Native being stripped of who he is, right? And who he was, and had to put on our oppressor's identity, right? You see the picture on the left? The brother he looked like a killer. You understand? Like a killer. Don't push him though. But then look at him on the right. You understand? Look like a warrior on the left. But then on the right, look like a damn schoolboy. You understand? That's what they turned around. That's how they did the Black man. Took him to church and made him soft as well. got him wearing a funny looking suit and pointy toe shoes, calling himself a Christian, doing a two-step and catching the Holy Ghost. That's gay as could be. Men catching the damn Holy Ghost, right? And here's another picture, right? This is the natives on the left, right? This is how they were before the white man set foot over her and worked endlessly to destroy them and their culture and their identity as well as ours. The same thing happened to them and happened to us. You understand? The white man, even in his public schools, right? That picture that I showed you, they was pushing that in Native Indian schools. The same way they push that Christian mumbo jumbo on Black people in our public schools as well. But if you see on the picture on the left, this is them and their culture. Don't look like savages to me. Don't look like they're wearing Pampers to me. Right. They look fully clothed. They look good. But then on the right, and look at the face changes, man. Look at the sister on the left. You could tell. Now this is her on the left, on the picture on the left, in the corner, right on the left. This is, look at her face. But then look at it on the picture on the right. She looks extremely upset. You understand that she's even going through that, right? But again, DMG will say that these people are not Israelites, and he'll say that they mistreated Black slaves. When we just read in the book on how we escaped and ran to them and turned around and became family, all right? Now let's go to this this story here, this article. It says, why the Shinnecock tribe is clashing with the Hamptons elite. All right. And it says the Shinnecock Indian Nation views a casino on its reservation as a path out of poverty. But some wealthy neighbors are up in arms. Now, if the natives had it going on so bad, you know what I'm saying, so good, and had casinos, and had money and all of this, why in the hell are they arguing with the elites over them putting the casino there so they can turn around and come up a little bit out of poverty? Why? I guess what the reservation is the ghetto. You understand? It's what we call the hood. It's the same thing going on in the reservations and it is in the ghetto. Same exact thing. The white man destroyed us together. You understand? Not turn around and oh, I'm gonna do this part of the people. No, I'm gonna give them a casino. Same way he give us jobs. Like, come on, man. And then, in fact, the $5 Indians are the ones who own the casinos on the reservations. Mm-hmm. Now the Native Indians are trying to get one, and they don't want it to happen because they know that would be their ticket out. They don't want you to do for yourself. You understand? They don't have no problem with any other nation of people doing anything for themselves. But just as soon as Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians try to come together and do something, the same way some brothers and sisters pulled together a bunch of money and tried to buy a mall. And the white man stepped in and said, nope, not today, you won't. Now here it is again. The natives, who else are they doing that to? The Arabs get to buy gas stations. They don't say a goddamn thing. The Arabs turn around and open chicken joints. They don't say a goddamn thing. The Chinese open beauty supplies selling Negroes stay soft fro, and Chinese people don't even have fros. But they selling us our haircut products. And the white man don't say not a thing. It's Chinese restaurants and hibachi grills all over this place. It's more Chinese restaurants and businesses here than it is American businesses. And they stepped in and said a thing.
You got 30 seconds, bro.
All right, no sweat. I'm gonna skip down a little more. All right, this is Genesis 49, 1-2. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear, ye sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. Now I'm gonna skip down and I'm gonna show you what happened to Gad. This is Genesis 19. It says that Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he should come at the last. And when you do the research, the men that turned around and was murdering our brothers and sisters here, they called themselves troops. You understand? And that's my time right there.
All right. Bianca, you have an 8-minute rebuttal, my brother. Based off everything that Cap said, you got 8 minutes to rebuttal there, bro. Floor is yours. Cap, go on mute. Bianca, take yourself off mute.
Listen, I can't even think of nothing that I said that Cap even addressed. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna say what I said again. We are superimposing a belief onto reality. Period. My brother his whole DNA reference was first he said it didn't count for nothing. Now he tried to get off into it. Like I'm just confused because one minute it means nothing, the next minute you're trying to explain it when clearly you don't even understand it. So why waste our time talking about something that we don't understand? And I feel like that was the whole debate, because you didn't address nothing I said. I never said that Black people didn't integrate with Native Americans. I said the 5 civilized tribes. Like I thought I was very specific in what I said. He said Native Americans never enslaved Black people. I proved that they did. The 5 civilized tribes enslaved Black people. Period. Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way out of it. I never said other Black people didn't integrate with the other so-called not civilized tribes, but that wasn't the question. I don't understand what we just did. I'm confused. Again, much respect to my brother, much respect to his beliefs, but your belief is not a reality. Like it's a lot of things that I believe about myself that may not be reality. Like I believe I'm a pretty handsome guy, but that might not be reality to someone. Like they might be that's an ugly some bitch. You see what I'm saying? Like, but that's what I believe. With all my heart and soul, I believe it. Most High in Christ. So all I'm saying is we can't superimpose our belief onto reality. We have real history, and then we have this alternative dimension. Like it's a Spider-Man movie coming out where they got all these different realities that's converged. They got Doctor Strange, the multiverse of madness. Cap is in another version of the universe where Black people are Israelites, and that's okay. That's not our universe. Like study Stephen Hawking and the theory of the multiverse and all of that is real interesting. Cap is in another universe. This universe right here, we are of African descent. The 5 civilized tribes enslaved Black people, and King James is a white boy who enjoyed the company of men more than he did women. That's this universe. Now, in his other universe, King James might be Black. Like I'm a comic book geek. And in one universe, Nick Fury is white in the Marvel universe, and in one universe, he's Black. He's Samuel L. Jackson. But in another universe, he's David Hasselhoff from Knight Rider. In Cap universe, King James is Black. In the reality that we live in this universe, he's a white man who enjoyed the company of men over women, and he only married to consolidate the power of his minority. He only had sex with women to produce heirs, because that's what a lot of Europeans did back then. Look how he dressed. You couldn't even tell which one was the mother and which was the son. He was a homosexual, period. They trying to say he Bass Reeves, the real Lone Ranger. Like you look at that picture, they got a King James, and you look at Bass Reeves, it's the same guy from the Old West. This is the universe we live in. Now, whatever universe Cap live in, I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's entertaining. I hope I got superpowers in that universe. I hope I can fly and I'm impervious to bullets and the whole demonstration. In this universe, I'm a regular human being that descend from Africa. And so is Cap. He just don't want to accept it.
Oh man, Cap, you got a 2-minute response before we go into the Q&A round, and we might do something different on the Q&A round based off of the audience, but we'll see how it goes when we get there. Cap, you got 2 minutes for a response. Priyanka, go on mute. Cap, take yourself off mute.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. First off, in reality, Cap10K, the Goggle Boy, believes that he is a big, sexy nigga. That's reality to me. You understand? I believe that about me. Yeah, the girls, they love me because I'm the overweight lover DMG. You understand? If you don't think that about yourself, brother, I'm sorry. Yeah, you need to be in the truth. You understand? You need to be in the truth, okay? You need to take off that dashiki, go on and burn it because you killed yourself tonight. You understand? Burn the dashiki, take away the 12 names you gave yourself, okay? And come and get in the truth. All right.
I didn't give them to myself, for the record. I didn't give them to myself.
All right, no sweat. Okay, no sweat. All right. Man, what a debate, brother. You're confused because you simply don't know the truth. You know, first off, I didn't say that DNA totally did not mean anything. I said what did not mean anything. I said was there is no DNA test that is going to prove your nationality or your race. I did say that when it, and this was before in the prelim when we talked about DNA when it comes to you finding who your the parents is, your biological father, right? That test is proven, right? You can find who the person's father is through a test, right? You mentioned Polite and him, them finding his DNA, his semen on a 14-year-old little girl. That test can be proven. That's accurate. That's an accurate test, right? I would believe a test that comes back positive, a rape kit. I would believe that. A test where a child comes back 99.9999%, saying, this is your father. And but again, the DNA, I do not, for your nationality, for your race, okay? And this is why you're confused. You know what I'm saying? You haven't been listening, right? And I did not say that DNA was just wiped off the table, period. But I did say when it comes to your nationality, there's no DNA test that's going to prove that. And it's in the research because the small percent, the 1% that they are trying to say that you are an African, that's a small percentage. And then I want to turn around and see your DNA results. I want to see your ancestry.com results. They have you believing that you are African so bad. You understand? I want to see the results because you say I say the white man's the devil, but you trust his DNA test. That's why you confused. You trust in him calling you an African. That's why you confused. You're not in the ISUPK. You're not in the truth. That's why you're confused. Okay? Not because of the information that I brought out. The information is accurate on my end, but yours is totally off. You just went and Googled the first thing that you saw and you put it up and you say, oh, see, King James is white. Oh, see, we Africans. You admit to selling it African. So I don't even see what your problem and your beef would be with somebody else selling a African, because you claim you are the ones that started it yourself. So that just makes no sense. That's why you confused. You understand? I see why. And that's my time.
Okay. Well, hey, we had a Q&A round set up for y'all to ask each other 2 questions apiece and give 5 minutes to answer. But I think we got some people from the audience who might want to ask some questions, ask both of you guys some questions, or maybe one of you guys some questions. And seeing that we've been on here for a little while, I think that'll be a little bit better than you two asking each other questions. What y'all think?
No sweat. We can go with that.
Okay, okay. Bianca, what you think, bro?
All good.
All right, all right. In the building right now, the founder of Scripture Rippers, we have Sabio Robinson in the building. Sabio, take
One of the
yourself
best
off mute.
researchers in the community. One of the best researchers in the community.
Man, Sabio, take yourself off of mute and ask a question to whichever brother you want to ask the question to, bro. The floor is yours.
All right, I got a couple of questions for both of them.
Okay.
First question is to Bianchi, and it was a beautiful discussion, beautiful debate. First question is for Bianchi. Let me word this correct. When you were showing the information on the Native Americans, did any of them Native Americans, or did any of the scholars you use, did any of them ever address them Native Americans as Africans?
No.
Did they ever address them as Israelites?
Hell no.
Okay. Cap10K. My question for you is, how many of them Negroes, as you call them, got off them slave ships calling themselves Israelites?
They all knew who they were.
No, I said how many of them got off them slave ships calling themselves Israelites?
Let him
Not
answer.
if they knew all of them.
Let him answer. Let him answer, bro. Hold up. Go ahead, Cap.
If I'm saying they knew who they were, I'm answering your question. It wasn't immediately that they just lost their mind and lost their identity. You understand? That was over a period of time. So just like when a person gets lost or gets kidnapped, even they know their name, they know who they are. You understand? Over time, the person that kidnaps them does things to them. You understand? And due to trauma, they end up losing their mind, losing their identity, forgetting where they used to live, things like that. So coming off of the ship, going on to the ship, you understand? They knew exactly who they were.
Were they calling themselves Israelites? This is the question I asked. You danced around it.
I didn't dance around anything. I just answered.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not. Did
so
they?
If they knew,
listen. I'm gonna ask
they
one more time, and I'm gonna ask
calling
you
themselves Israelites.
Did they get off them slaves? Did the kidnappers?
Israelites.
Wait, time out. Sabio.
No one.
Sabio, wait, calm down, bro. You did ask him a question. He gave you an answer. If you agree with the answer or not, that's irrelevant.
It wasn't an answer. He danced.
Do you have another
question?
Said
a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo that said that these people did not forget who they were. I asked him, did they get on the slave ships and off them slave ships telling their slave masters they were Israelites? Simple.
Okay, hold on. Okay, wait, Cap. He's claiming that you didn't answer the question. So he's asking, do you have proof of anybody, like documentation or something like that, with somebody getting off the ships saying that they were Israelites?
Oh, okay. If he could recall, now our stance is that the people that were on the ships were Israelites, right? When in the book Babylon to Timbuktu, it says that the slave ships were filled with Black Jews, right? It didn't say Africans. So to say that a person to just come right off of a ship and just forget who they are and not call themselves, I refer to the movie Roots also, is toward a point in the movie. Now, I don't agree with the movie, okay? Because Alex Haley went and just took the bag and said, yeah, the people that was on the ships were Africans, right? What the one scene in the movie is when Kunta kept saying to himself, I'm Kunta, I'm not Toby. Right? What that signifies is the white man beating our nationality, our culture, right up off of our backs. So, like I said, he said it himself, and he even passed it down to his daughter, kids. It said, "This is who we are." You understand? So, yes, we knew who we were. It wasn't until over time, like I said, even with the white man doing today,
My bad, Cap. Take yourself off mute, my brother.
okay, you hear me?
Yeah, there you go. Keep going. My bad.
Okay,
Go
you
ahead.
muted. How much did you hear?
Not all of it. Up until about like the last two words.
Okay, no sweat. Like I said, with Jesse Jackson coining that phrase, saying that we wanted to be called African Americans, that's a brainwashing tactic. You understand? We've been brainwashed here into believing that we're everyone else on the planet except for who we truly are.
Okay.
So yes, the people knew who they were. Like I said, it was over a period of time when I don't know how remedial you are, but I said it was over a period of time to where they turned around and lost their identities. So to say that, yeah, they came straight off of a ship, saying that they were Africans and saying they weren't Israelites, that would be bogus to even say. And even
all right. Enough of your filibustering. I got another question for you.
Wait, Fabio. We got some more brothers and sisters who just in the building. I'm just gonna pause you real quick, bro, and I want to let these other people who jump on ask their questions real quick, so we can somewhat get ready to close out. Okay. So let me, if you can, Fabio, go on mute for a second. Niger Valley, and I don't want to butcher your last name. Can you take
Niger Valley Sutek?
All right, Niger Valley Sutek, bro. Welcome to the show, my brother. If you have a question, you can ask your question to any one of the brothers that's on the platform.
Yeah, so my question was for the Hebrew brother, but it sounds like he already copping a plea. He already copping out. My question was going to be, where can we see the Hebrew culture, customs, and traditions in the diaspora of the Africans that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade? Because we see the African customs, culture, and traditions from those that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. We see what we call Ebonics, or African American vernacular. We see Candomblé in South America. We see Santeria, the syncretization of Yoruba culture and Catholic Christianity. We see voodoo being taken over to Haiti and other places in the Caribbean. Can we see these Hebrew cultures and traditions being taken to America by those that were taken in the slave trade?
Did you understand the question, Cap?
Yeah, I understand the question, but what he doesn't understand is I read the scripture where the white man had worked endlessly to destroy us as a nation and as a people, right? He didn't turn around and he didn't want the slaves to bring their culture at all. If you remember the movie Roots, like I said, that signifies him beating our culture up off of our backs. So if you want a person to forget who they are, why would you let them bring anything that pertains to them? Why would you turn around today, right? The white man allows us to call ourselves African Americans. He knows that we are Israelites, right? He knows this. He knows the Native Indians are Israelites. I got books here that proves it, right? And guess what? He stripped our culture off of us. I showed you the pictures. I don't know how far you've seen, but the pictures of the natives, you understand, where their culture was stripped right up off of them, to where one picture you see the native in their culture, and then the next picture you see them dressed like a little schoolboy, right? And little schoolgirls, little white schoolboys and little schoolgirls. So they would not want us to bring, they didn't. You understand? They turned around and stole everything from us, and now they're claiming to be us. When we went into captivity, they took everything from us, and now they got it in their possession. You understand? Now they claim that they are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They claim that they are the chosen people of God.
My
And
good
and
brother.
to show you our culture, you said was our culture in Africa. I can show you that, to where we did take our culture with us into Africa.
I
If
said
you
the diaspora, which meaning the new world. But the
right,
problem is they didn't allow us to practice African cultures either. We hid them. We still took them though. So that to me, that is no excuse. But yeah, I hear you. You can keep going.
they're allowing you to celebrate and do whatever African today.
No, no,
They don't
ain't nobody
they don't
allowing us to
care.
do anything.
They
We
don't
grown.
they
We're not
don't
in
care.
slavery.
They
Wait,
don't
comment,
care.
comment. He accept your answer, Cap. He said that he got what you said, and he said, okay, he get it. Even
No,
if
I
he
don't.
get-
I don't accept the answer. But I mean, hey, what can I do? He ain't going. I mean,
I don't accept
I
his
mean,
answers either. They're
when
garbage.
I say hold up, when I say get it, I mean just to the point of what you said that Cap is able to move on based off of the answer that he gave. That's what I mean. Not that you agree, but you know you understand what he said. We got some more brothers that joined the panel. If we can, bro, I'm gonna come back to you, bro. Nagar, Sabio, I'm gonna come back to you too. But we got some more brothers and maybe sisters who have jumped on the panel real quick, and I want to give them a chance to ask their question before we come back around. Brother Byron Washington, take yourself off mute, bro. And if you have a question for either of the brothers on the panel, go ahead.
Yeah, in a little time, I'm gonna ask Pianki, can I ask you like maybe like 3 or 4 kind of quick questions, and maybe you can explain a little bit for me?
Quickly.
bro.
Very quickly. Okay, brother. Does the continent of Africa contain a multitude of ethnic, linguistic, cultural, tribal backgrounds throughout the whole continent, to where it can be so vast that one may not even seem nowhere near close to the other?
Good question.
I would say absolutely.
Okay. Follow-up question. Would you agree in principle that the ancient Israelites were varied in coloration from, red bone to blue black?
I would say that the ancient Israelites, not necessarily. Now, I would say that if we're talking about indigenous ancient Israelites, I would say no. If we're talking about converts, sure.
And then lastly in this, if in your opinion, if Israelites or whatever have you are not African, in that region of the world, you only have 2 other choices from a continental perspective. It's either Africa as a continent, it's either Asia as a continent, or Europe as a continent. And based off your dialogue with Cap, if he says that Israelites are not African, meaning they're not from the African continent whatsoever, in your opinion, what continent would they be from?
Well, this is what Cap would have to say is that they're Asian. Now, if you're asking me what my opinion is, I would say that they would indeed, even by his own narrative, they would have to be African by virtue of their location and by virtue of, from his narrative, saying that they was in Africa and inhabitants of Africa for over 1,000 years. So for me, I would say they are African from that standpoint, unless we're gonna say that they Asian, because it ain't really no such thing as the Middle East, not a continent.
Right.
So it's either Asia, India, but India is in Asia. So again, like you said, your choices are narrowed down. So, are you gonna call yourself Asian, or you gonna call yourself African? And I'll leave that up to the brother. But
right.
For me, what other choice do you have besides Africa? If we just going off proximity?
Okay.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Ratchet Craig is next, but before Ratchet Craig go, D New is in the chat, and she don't have the time to come on at the moment. You know, she kind of settling
Shout out to
down.
the Queen D New. I
But
appreciate you coming on, sis.
but she does have a question for Cap. Cap, she wanted to ask you. Cap said DNA testing doesn't work and can't be proven. Can he please give a breakdown of how they do DNA testing and then why that way does not work? Did you understand the question, Cap?
Which DNA test is she talking about? She talking about on the topic? I already broke that down.
Uh, okay. So you're saying what you've already said in the past is sufficient enough for a question?
To turn around and determine a person's nationality or their race, there's no such test. There's no such test at all.
Simple and
No
plain.
test is going to prove your nationality. I said when it comes to, like the brother had mentioned, a rape kit, yes, you could turn around and find a person's DNA on the victim, and you can turn around and you can catch the person that committed the crime. That's been proven throughout history. You understand, of criminals raping people, right? When it comes to your father, right? If you want to know who your father is, right? You can turn around and get a DNA test for that. But when it comes to your nationality, no such test exists, and you're not going to come up with any result. You're just going to come up with you're from Africa. You're 9 different Africans, and you're 1 European. That's what you're going to come up with. So you're going to be 10 different people.
Okay. Ratchet Craig, he is in the building. Ratchet
Hey,
Craig, take yourself off mute.
Real quick for my brother Craig respond. Can I just say, first of all, DNA don't determine your nationality, it determines your ethnicity. And DNA tests can determine your ethnicity based on your genetic markers, the migration of the people who share those genetic markers. It's not like I just don't think my brother understands what the sister was asking, but that's all I got to say on that. Go ahead, my brother Craig.
Doesn't realize, and he also doesn't realize that the DNA test and the paternity test are all the same. Hold on. Let me get this out.
Order, bro. I don't know where you're from, but it's order over here. Ratchet Craig, take yourself off mute, bro.
I'm on mute, G. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
You heard me. But what's up, brother? Nobody, Piaki, and brother Cap10K. How y'all doing? Nice debate, brothers.
What's up, bro?
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I kind of caught it in the middle to the end, but I enjoyed it, brothers. I really want to ask Cap10K something. I like your little background too, Cap10K. But anyway,
right on, bro.
Can you kind of explain to me what a nationality is, right quick? Because I'm kind of confused on if our Hebrew being a nationality. I mean, the Hebrew Israelite being a nationality.
Say it one more time.
What is Hebrew Israelite? Do you consider that a nationality? Hebrew Israelite.
Yes, that's our nationality. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians were Israelites, according to the Bible.
So is this a recognized nationality by you as your religion, or this is recognized by the world?
You said by the world?
Yeah, by the world, or this just something y'all have in y'all little smaller group.
You said religion or by world?
Oh, I say, is this as a religion, belief, nationality, or just world recognized?
I got you. It has nothing to do with religion. When you go into the Bible, you understand the word has absolutely nothing to do with religion at all. You understand? It's simply the truth. And the Bible is a history book, a book of records of a people, right? And that people just so happen to be Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian. All right, the things that has happened, that was prophesied and has happened to the people in that book, the descendants, it's us. You understand? It's us. No other nationality, no other race, no other ethnicity. You understand what you're trying to make a difference? You understand? It is being oppressed by the so-called white man.
Okay, I gotta come back with it because America, right? Africa, America is an ethnicity and it's a nationality. Believe it or not, brother. But once you got hyphen American on anything, that is your nationality, according to what nationality is on the global scale.
That's false, brother. African American is not a nationality.
It is anything with hyphen American at the end. That's your nationality, brother.
How are you two different people? I don't understand that.
You're not two different people. That's an ethnicity group.
Right. And Africa is not even a nation. It's a continent. It was made up by the Romans. It was made up by the
It's a geographical location, though, but that's just based off ancestry. But that ain't how they do nationality. They don't do location. They do hyphen whatever you is at the end, right?
No, they don't. Show me a person that calls himself a Chinese American. They're Chinese.
I know. I'm out here in Cali around a bunch of them.
They are Americans though. They're not Chinese. They're not China people, bro. Their nationality not China no more. Their nationality is an ethnicity group. What you can get Chinese?
How does their nationality change?
Bro, you got to argue that up with the people who make the nationality rules, right? The European. Don't argue with me about it.
How's a person's nationality changed because you move?
Bro, they Chinese Americans their nationality are Americans, bro. They is an ethnicity group in America.
How are they?
They're not Chinese American.
How are they American? They're not Chinese Americans.
They are Chinese American, bro. Some people are not even citizens. If you've been over here 4 or 5 generations, you're not even a citizen.
Craig.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to argue real quick.
Yeah.
Do you have another question?
No, I didn't want to make this statement. I'm gonna leave. I'm just saying, Chinese. When you put some people ain't never been. They've been born on this continent. It's like the Chinese been here since 1800.
Okay.
Some people are not even citizens of China, so they're not even considered nationality.
Why you call them Chinese instead of Americans?
They are American. They Chinese American.
But you said
they're an ethnicity group. I'm saying Chinese because they came over here from China.
That's confusion.
They came over here from China.
So if they just simply move from one place to another, how does their whole nationality and their race and their ethnicity, whichever you want to choose, how does it change just because they move?
Because they're not citizens of China.
Craig, wait, watch me, Craig. Where you from originally?
I'm from Memphis.
Okay, Memphis, right?
Yeah.
I stay in Texas, all right?
Yeah.
If you was to move from Memphis to Texas, or you still from Memphis, like, that's your hood, that's your block, that's your set. You still a Memphis raised dude, right?
But we talk about inside the United States, bro. We talking about that's a big difference for you when you talk countries. Give me a country. Give me a country.
Craig, listen to me. You're not arguing with me, bro. I'm just rephrasing what Cap is saying. This is not me you arguing. So, well, let me ask myself. If I'm born in Texas, I'm 36. If I was to move to Memphis, and and just stay there for the rest of my life, I'm still gonna be like I'm a Texas boy. I was born and raised out here. My block is 49 Kings, Keystone Polk, this, that, yeah. So what Cap is saying, if a person moved from China and they come to America, in America, they may be classified as a Chinese American, but their nationality is still Chinese.
And no disrespect, nobody.
That's
nobody.
States versus
we talk about states versus countries and continent. No disrespect.
I got Craig. Hold up, Craig. I got you. So Cap, what Craig is saying is that well, based off the way I laid it out, because you didn't lay it out the way I did. Based off the way I laid it out, which I thought is an equal argument. But what he's saying is what I'm saying is like state-wise, even though I'm born at Baylor in Texas, don't mean nothing if I move to Memphis. But he's saying that coming from a continental standpoint, that's different. Would you agree with that?
No, I do not. And,
Uh-oh.
and what I'm gonna do is we just gonna have to let Ratchet Craig go with his name. He Ratchet. He Ratchet.
Yeah, damn right. Hey,
No,
We
no,
just gonna
hold
hey,
have
on,
but
to.
no,
I
no
didn't
ad
finish
hominem.
up though, right quick, no
No
better.
ad
And
hominem.
I
No,
promise
y'all
you I
need to
wasn't
We
finished.
just, we just
define.
gonna have to
Wait,
let
Y'all
everybody,
him
need to
wait,
go with his
everybody,
define
name.
nationality.
We just gonna
I
have to
don't
let
want to
him
mute.
go with his
I
name
don't want to
because
mute
if that's the
nobody.
case,
Hold up, Cap,
because
Cap, Cap.
hold on, wait a minute. Let me say what I'm saying real quick.
Go ahead, Cap.
Because if that's the case, then the people here that think that they are Africans, they would not be Africans. They
Okay,
would
Cap,
not
stop
be
right there,
given.
Cap, stop right there.
I didn't finish though,
Wait, stop
no
right there,
better.
stop right there, Cap,
They
stop
would.
right
They
there,
would
Cap.
not be calling
Cap,
themselves Africans. Everybody
Captain, my
would
Cap,
just have to
Captain
be
10K.
American. There
Come
would
on,
be
my
just
brother.
no. There would be nobody here but just Americans.
I
You
No,
didn't
Cap,
understand?
no,
finish.
I
I was
said,
about to
I
end
said,
though.
You
I was about
being
to
a
end.
everybody, everybody
citizen,
wait. I don't want to mute nobody. Everybody
you
hold up.
being a
Everybody
you
hold up.
being a
Everybody just hold up.
citizen has
Cap,
nothing to do with who you are.
okay,
Those
Cap,
Chinese
Cap,
people,
Cap,
they
Cap,
are.
Cap,
Oh,
Cap.
go
Stop
ahead,
right there,
no,
Cap.
I got you.
Pause
Go
right
ahead.
there, pause right there. Cap, go on mute for 1 second.
Do
No,
it.
no ad hominems, Ratchet Craig. I want you to give your closing statement that you was
Yeah,
finna
yeah,
give,
yeah.
and then we'll let
Yeah,
Cap go.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But what all I was gonna say is, you had people who came here in the 1800s. Chinese, right? They came from China, right? They had children that grew over here. Their children no longer a citizen, right? You have to be a
Be short,
nationality.
bro. Kind of short though.
Yeah, to be a nationality, you had to be a citizen first, right? So if they wasn't born over there, their nationality is America. They're gonna be called Chinese America. That's their ethnicity. They are Americans, right? African America,
Right.
Americans. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nowhere around it. That's our nationality, America. And our
Okay.
ethnicity. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
We appreciate that, bro. If you want to hang around and we have time, I'm gonna get back to you.
All right.
Go and put yourself on mute. Cap, I want to give you about 30 seconds to address what he just said, and then we're gonna move on to the next person and get ready to close out. Go ahead and address that, Cap. Take yourself off mute.
No sweat.
That's how
Like I
we do
said,
that.
it just makes no sense for a person when you're talking about citizenship versus who you actually are, your nationality, your ethnicity, your race. Like I said, that has nothing to do. One has nothing to do with the other. There is no way that you're just going to move from one place. Now, if you go from St. Louis to Chicago, you would be considered a Chicago citizen versus a St. Louis because you moved to another city. But who you are still stays the same. It does not change. You
Yeah.
understand? So
Right.
that right there is just a ridiculous argument, is that you're who you are because you move. That means nobody here is anything other than American. That everybody here is American, you know.
All right.
So
Right. I don't know why you had to bring my name up, nobody, but hey, most of the questions tonight have been directed towards Cap. Cap, put yourself on mute. If there's anybody in the chat right now who have a question for Brother Pianki, take yourself off mute and ask Brother Pianki a question.
Yo, Pianki, I got a
Yes,
question.
sir.
That is Sabio. That is
It
the
is.
founder. That is the founder of the YouTube channel Scripture Rippers. Y'all go check out my brother.
And we
Sabio,
take
go ahead,
all
ask
the
your question.
smoke. We want
All the
all
smoke.
the smoke
Go
from
subscribe
all
to
of
my
the
brother
brews.
channel.
Y'all go check him out over there at Scripture Rippers YouTube channel. Go ahead, Sabio. Ask your question to Pianki.
So, Pianki,
Yes, sir.
what do you think is the significance of us embracing our African heritage or our African identity?
Okay.
Well, it's a twofold thing, like, bro. So first of all, it's reality. Like, if you're gonna live in the real world, you got to deal with reality, and that's a reality. I mean, people can be ashamed of it. People can want to have no connection to it all they want to because they the ones that's actually buying into the white man bullshit about African people. They the ones buying into that bullshit. So first of all, it's reality. It's like trying to deny your mother or your father. They your mother and your father no matter what you do. You can move halfway across the country, halfway across the world. You can't get away from the fact that the people that had you. So the significance is dealing with reality and getting out of this practice of only identifying yourself with what the white man gave you. The white man gave you his culture. He took your culture and superimposed his culture over. So the significance is getting your culture back, or at least getting acquainted with it. Now you do with it what you want to do with it, but at least you know. So again, it's twofold. One, you're dealing with reality, and two, you taking that superimposed European culture off and you getting in touch with your actual roots. Shout out to Alex Haley. And that's just my opinion on it. And,
Okay.
and real quick, shout out to, or like, share, and subscribe to my brother Cap show every Sunday. I believe it's from 11 to 1, Dropping Your Sword Radio. So shout out to him and subscribe to that as well.
Okay, I want to throw this out there. Everybody that's in the chat, we got a couple of people in the chat. We've been a little hot all night. Put a 1 in the chat if you think my brother Piyanki Patah Mumtum Nephrom Ra, Amun Ra, is winning this debate. Put a 2 in the chat if you think my brother Captain Nagal from ISUPK under Commander General Yohana is winning this debate so far. We're about to get ready to close out, but for each of the brothers who are on the panel, I want to give each brother 1 question apiece. No pushback, y'all. No pushback. Ask your question to whichever participant you want to ask it to. Go ahead and log off and let them give you the answer. We're going to bring on the misinformation police. Unmute yourself, my brother. Sutek, go and ask your question to one of the participants. Go and log off and let them give you the answer.
All right, so my question is to the people who don't trust DNA tests or genealogy tests, cell phones, video games, computers, TVs, medicine, do you trust any of that? Because it's the same science that will take you down the path to these accurate DNA tests.
Hey, Sutek,
I'm assuming that question will be for you, Captain, since you don't trust DNA tests. Did you understand the question?
Real quick, Cap. Sutek don't log off before after he answered.
Okay,
I want Sutek to stay on for a little while.
I got you.
All right.
First off, who said I trusted my cell phone? Like, I don't. That don't even make sense. That question don't even make. I bought it because it has 136 gigabytes of data. You understand, the storage, and
so you trust.
Yeah, I could swipe, and you understand. That's why I bought it. I don't trust like in my phone. It's just, I don't even know how to even.
Okay, let me clarify the question.
No, I get what you say.
Apparently you don't by your answer. So let me clarify my question.
Well, I'm still talking. But when you're saying, do I trust in that, and DNA leads you down? It's the same science. No, it's not. You understand? I don't even know how you put that together and match a cell phone with it. You must believe in 5G causing cancer or something. You understand? You got to believe in something foolish to even say that a phone, it trusts in a phone. I don't trust in a phone. I don't. Go ahead.
Okay, so so now.
No, stay right there. No. We're just giving 1 question apiece, coming to close out. Piyanki wants you to stay on, bro. He want to talk to you after we close this show out. So
No. After this, he can close out. I just want to say, thank you to the brother for even taking time to check out my platform, number one. Yeah, I just want the brother to take some time to tell the people who watching who he is, because I don't know if people really understand who the brother is, what he do, what his channel about. So I just want to
let it be known. Okay.
And plug your channel, your book, and everything else.
I got you, big bro. Sutek. Our platform not that old, man. We're a startup program, and most of our followers kind of know us, and we got some who are more known than us on the YouTube streets. So you may not be well known to our audience as well as other audience. So take the time out as briefly as possible. Let the people know who you are, and let the people know where they can find you at, bro.
All right, so yeah, my name is Sutek Akande Iyanuolawa. I am a representative of Kofi Pasai research team and Masi Warrior Clan, which is offshoots of the Amara Squad. Um, our channel is Kofi Pasai TV. I'll drop the link in the chat for that. Also, Masi Warrior Clan, I'll drop a link in the chat for that as well. Yes, we have books. We have Spears of the Masi 1 from Spears to Pens, Volume 2. We got Volume 3. I can't think of the name right now. We working on Volume 4, which should be out next month. We also have children's books, coloring books. We have clothing brands. We have face cards, board games. Our work is from everywhere from all around the United States to over in West Africa and the Gambia, to be specific, in a school called Ganjaro Skills Academy, where we fund a scholarship fund. So we working, man. And like I said, I'll drop a link in the chat. We go live every so often, usually a few times a week. So yeah, y'all can catch us over there. I'll make sure I drop all those links in the chat, man. I'm not the bragging type, but yeah, appreciate that, bro. Bianchi, man.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Hey, it ain't about bragging, man. If something is true, it's true. People can hate on it. I mean, if somebody is putting the work in, they're putting the work in. A person saying that they putting the work in, it's not really bragging. It's really just saying that 1 + 1 = 2. We appreciate you, Tech, for coming in, bro. We look forward to you coming on the channel a lot more, man. And as well, we're looking forward to being a part of your channel if you will have us, man. Again, we appreciate you, bro. Real talk,
I'm gonna hop off.
All right, go hop off, man. As y'all can see, a lot of people from other channels like to say that Paradigm Shift is one of the most, or if not, is the most diverse channel on YouTube. As y'all see, we have brothers from all different backgrounds coming on this channel, man. And we are a growing channel. And I would like to even pat ourselves on the back as to say that we are the most conscious, fastest rising channel in the conscious community and the woke community alike. And that's just me tune our own horn if I can. The next person I want to bring on, Byron Washington. Byron Washington, I want to. You have one question to ask each of the participants. Kind of keep it brief, and they'll give you a brief answer, and you can log off after you ask your question. And we're gonna move to the next two people. Take yourself off mute, Byron.
For sure. I'm gonna ask Bianchi.
My brother, part of the one. Jesus Christ,
Bianchi,
the one.
Bianchi.
My bad. Go ahead, bro.
Bianchi, question, man.
What's up, bro?
So kind of piggyback off from what I asked earlier. So we look at the biblical narrative, right? And I just want to get your opinion about like an ethnic heritage of these people. If these people, Hebrews, Israelites, whatever you want to call it, spend 400+ years in Kemet, clearly mixing and mingling, leaving out a mixed multitude of people, right? And then they go into Kemet's vassal kingdom, Canaan, another African controlled land. And that's their promised land. And they also mix and mingle with some of the native people there. What would you classify those people after all that mixing and mingling with African people in Kemet and in Canaan?
Well, first, I would have to admit that the biblical narrative of the Exodus is something I have a hard time reconciling with. But for the sake of this question and this conversation, I go with it. So, if the biblical narrative is true, these people spent 400 years in Kemet, mixing and mingling with the Kemetic people. Then they leave in a mixed multitude and go into Canaan, where we know Kemet ruled for over 400 years. While you would go to leave one place and go to another place where they rule, I don't know. You're jumping out the frying pan into the fire. But let's say they did that. So you mixing with the Canaanites, who are under Kemetic control and who are surely mixing with Kemetic people as well. So you said what?
Okay, there you go.
And so they clearly mixing with Kemetic people as well, because Kemet controls this land. So the clear indication would be, or the fallout would be, that these people have thoroughly integrated themselves into an African culture, whether it was in Kemet or in Canaan. And again, Kemet controlled Canaan for over 400 years during the time where most experts say the Exodus was supposed to have happened. So you have, if you aren't Africans, you have certainly uh, diluted, if you want to say, polluted, if you want to say, whatever you want to call it, if it's a negative connotation, you have definitely let Africans enter your bloodstream. Period. It ain't no way around it. 400 years in one place, and then however many years in the other place, both controlled by this African kingdom. Make it make sense. I hope I answered the question.
That's it, bro.
Byron, before you jump off, Byron Washington is a part of the One. Y'all gonna really get some information on that coming up pretty soon. He is known as the community minister on this channel. Byron Washington, let the people know what you're doing in your city, man, where they can find you at, and any closing words that you want to say before you log out, bro.
Yeah, man. In lieu of giving any shout out to anything I'm doing, man, I just want y'all to give y'all thoughts, prayers, what you're gonna call what's going on in Louisiana right now. We about less than 24 hours away from hitting like a Cat 4 hurricane head on. They say it's the strongest hurricane since 1850 to hit Louisiana, especially this area. So, you know, I've been prepping for the last 24 hours with family, getting people straight. So, yeah, in lieu of all that, man, y'all just keep your thoughts and prayers out for the people in Louisiana. And hopefully if whatever comes out the end of it, it ain't too bad to where we can have some good relief efforts.
Okay. We appreciate that, bro. And we're gonna be praying for you, man. And you already know, we already talk one-on-one, so you know how I feel about it. Everybody else who in the chat, man, if you believe in the biblical God or not, whatever you believe in, man, send your prayer, send your energy in the way of my brother. They're about to face a real bad hurricane, and like you said, they are prepping for it. And just send positive energy my brother way and send your prayers his way. Say, bro, we're gonna catch you on the messenger, bro. Byron, go on log off if you will, my brother.
Hotel.
All right. We're gonna start next up, man. Braxton Craig, take yourself off mute. Be brief, ask one of the brothers a question, and then we're gonna let people know where they can find you at and all that, and then we're gonna let you sign off as well.
Okay, thank you, brother. Nobody.
Yes, sir.
But anyway, I'm asking Pianki this question right here. Pianki, do you think Kemet, right, as the empire, the civilization, the kingdoms, do you think their nationality exists today?
Do I think their nationality
exists today?
I think it's definitely some inheritors or descendants, if you will, of the ancient Kemetic civilization.
You low, bro. You low.
Can y'all hear me now?
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely some descendants of the ancient Kemetic civilization in the Sudan right now, in what was formerly known as Nubia, Sudan. Some still in Kemet proper, but we know that was taken over by Arabs. But yeah, that bloodline still exists today.
But I don't mean to make this, but when I say nationality, that's different from descendants and bloodline.
Do they call
the nationality of Kemet, right?
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah, the nationality of Kemet. You think it exists today?
Nah. And of course, it's called Egypt now. It's been Hellenized to Egypt. My teacher, my master teacher, went over there with a group of people, and he's a Kemetic practitioner. So they trying to actually like pray and have ceremonial rituals in that area, that sacred land, if you will. These Arabs with their submachine guns smoking outside of these complexes and telling them, nah, y'all can't do all that. So if it was still African, if as we say, then they wouldn't be able to tell us nothing, but they can. And so they sitting there puffing their cigarette, putting it out in that quote unquote sacred land. Basically, get your ass on somewhere you can't do that. So nah, that's gone.
You think it's gone forever? This is my last question on live. Do you think it's gone forever? You think it's gonna be a resurrection?
I can't say one way or another. I'm not a precog. I'm not a prophet. I hope that it resurrects. Our committed cousins, as I say. I hope it does, but I have no way to say whether it will or it won't. I don't think those people are even concerned with it because most of them are either Christian or Muslim at this point. So, could it happen? Sure, but do I know or have any indication that it would? I couldn't tell you.
Hey, brother, nobody.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back on my information that followed. Since I asked so many questions, I'm gonna get back on my information. I'm gonna jump back on the show one day, then ask me where I can be reached at one other day, brother.
Okay,
but enjoy the show, and I appreciate you. And TK, good job.
Craig, are you on Facebook?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
I'm gonna put my name in the chat. Jacobus Y, bro. Send me a friend request, bro.
Okay, put your name in the chat. I'll hit you up.
All right, hit you up. All right.
Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
Okay, thank you.
Bro.
All right, TK.
Bro, and we look to interview. We look to interview you one day on the show, bro. We'll get back on first for interview, bro. No, pushback or nothing, man. So hit us up, bro.
Okay, I got y'all, brothers.
All right, bro. Be careful, man.
All right.
Last but not least, we have to save the best for last. Mr. Scripture Rippers. Sabio, take yourself off mute. Ask a question.
Best researcher in the community since Dr. Reggie.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Ask your question to one of the brothers, or if not both of the brothers, and we're gonna close out. Try not to be long-winded, my brother.
I know. My last question, because I asked two to Bianchi. My last question is for Captain. Do you know the significance and where the lighting of the menorah comes from? I do. I just want to know if you know the significance of Hanukkah and who it stems from.
You said what? Do I know the significance of what?
Of Hanukkah. Hanukkah. I see you got the menorah in the background. I want to know if you know what the lighting of that symbolizes.
He says that you have the menorah in the background, and he want to see that since you have that menorah in the background, do you know the significance of what is that, Sabio?
Who is it
Hanukkah.
for? Who did it? Who started the lighting of the menorah? When did it start, and who is it symbolized for?
Okay, that's several questions. Okay,
it's one question, but all I need to know is the person's name. If you know the person's name, I'll leave it alone.
Yo, I'm your bro. Calm down. I can wrap everything you said up in one question. He's asking you, Captain 10K, since you have that menorah in the background, do you know the significance of Hanukkah?
We celebrate it every day, and not every day, every year in ISUPK. Right, it started with the Maccabees. We turned around and conquered the so-called white man, Edomites, right? And we rededicated our temple. They were sacrificing idols and swine, all kinds of things. You understand? And some brothers got together and decided that they were not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe, and they ended up fighting our oppressor, and we won. You understand? So that's where we get that from. In a nutshell, I know.
Judas Maccabees, right?
Yeah, I just said.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you knew because a lot of Israelites don't know.
Hey, brother, let me tell you something. Commander General Hanna teaches us all well here in the
Well, Judas Maccabees wasn't African.
You ain't got to worry about that.
He wasn't an Israelite. He was a convert.
Oh my God!
He came from the West. He came from a whole nother state.
He was a convert, brother. You don't know.
He was a convert.
You don't know what you're talking about, brother.
So can I source up on this? Can I share my screen on this real quick on Judas Maccabees?
Nah, bro.
All right, I won't. You right. You
Oh
answered
my
it. You
God.
answered it. You answered it. So you you knew it came from Judas Maccabees. That's all I wanted to know.
All right,
Fabio. So I'm
Fabio,
out.
Fabio, even though we done promoted you heavily, scripture rippers, y'all go look him up on YouTube. Fabio, let the people know any other information that they can find you at, and go and close out, my brother.
Nah, that's it. Yeah, I need y'all to if y'all want, y'all can come over to my channel. You know, we take all the smoke on scripture.
All right. Fabio, I want you to know this. I don't know if you know this or not. You may know this, but you may not. I'm Jacobus Wide, bro. As you can see, as all the love I've shown you on this channel, I know we text a lot, but you're getting to hear my voice. As you can see, I'm not against you, bro.
I know I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to all the Israelites in the chat.
But we ain't gonna get into that. We appreciate you, bro. Go ahead and
I'm
log
out.
off, my brother. Peace. We want to give the opportunity. Cap10K, you get to ask Brother Pianki one question. Brother Pianki ask Cap one question.
We got one last person.
I see him right now. Marlon Simmons, the God body, just entered the building. What's up, Marlon, my brother? You not on mute. You already off mute. Ask any question you want to Cap10K or to Brother Pianki.
All right, peace. What's good, brother?
Peace, bro. God body in the
This
building.
guy, man, this guy here. I mean, is he serious, bro? I mean, seriously, I'm not even gonna bring nothing to this. I'm not bringing no paperwork, no nothing, man. It don't take that, because anybody with sense that went through any type of history or know anything about Africa knows. I said it before in the chat earlier, in the group earlier today. I got a complete history of Africa, bro. And Africa is, I mean, this dude is coming from all types of aspects as far as he's an Israelite and Israelites are not African, bro. Any book you look in, anywhere you go, you're going to know that Israel is Africa, okay? The Middle East is Africa. All that up into the point where you cross over into Europe is Africa, bro. So, I mean, where's he getting this I'm a Hebrew Israelite crap from, bro? And if you are, you're African, brother. Iraq, Iran, all that's Africa. What's he talking about, man? He's using the Bible to try to break Africa up, and the Bible is not a historical book, bro.
So what's your question, Marlon?
It's not.
What's your question? What's your question, Marlon? Hold on, wait. Captain. Me and you spoke offline earlier. And you remember I told you that you may have an officer who want to address somebody in the group. This is the brother right here. This is Marlon Simmons. This is the brother that have an issue with some of the stuff that you're saying. And you remember that we did want to give, one or two of your other brothers, specifically Captain Cut them up, if I have to point them out real quick. We want to give Officer Cut them up. Officer Cut them up a chance to give a little shine since he's been on the platform more than once. And this is the brother who have an issue with some of the stuff that you've been saying as pertaining to this debate of Black people in America being African or Israelites. So I just want to let you know that.
Any scholar got an issue with that, bro.
Marlon, do you have a question for Cap10K?
Yeah. Why in the world are you saying, first of all, you're Israelite, and second of all, if you are, what makes you not African? If Israel is Africa, what makes you not an African if you're Israelite, brother?
Okay. Wake up before you answer that. Let me give you better ammo for what he's saying. He believes that Israel is a part of Africa, based off some of those old world maps, how they have like all that are part of Africa. So he believes that all of that is Africa. So how can you claim to be an Israelite without claiming to be an African at the same time?
Help me understand that, brother.
Go ahead, Cap.
First off, just because a land is in another, the people, you got to go off of the people. It has nothing to do with the land. You understand? People are everywhere. Everybody's everywhere, and that doesn't make them the same. Africans are in what's that? What's the Arabs that's pushing them out of their land? They know they're not the same people, man. You
All right.
understand? So that's just bogus just to say that we're the same people. You just want to be African so bad. You understand? You turn around and you will
Hold on,
take that.
Marlon, go on
You will
mute.
take that
Oh
instead,
shit.
instead of taking your true identity, which is if you are a descendant of the slaves, then guess what? You are an Israelite. You're an Israelite. Simple as that.
How?
Simple as that. Hold on, wait,
Okay,
no,
okay,
Marlon,
okay,
Marlon, no,
okay.
Marlon,
But hold on,
Marlon, wait.
Please.
Now I know Marlon not going to sleep no time soon. I know my brother Pianki gotta go in a little bit. Cap, if you and Officer cut him up, not going nowhere soon, we can end this show and we can jump right into this show with Marlon Simmons I mean, if with your permission, Officer cut him up. But if you don't want Officer cut him up to go, you can address anything that Marlon got to say because Marlon let it be known earlier today. He wants to smoke with y'all, bro, and he don't care what it takes. But if we can't do it tonight, if we can't do it tonight, we can do it tomorrow evening if y'all schedule it free.
It sounds more like Marlon does smoke versus just wanting to smoke. You
Oh man.
understand?
The jokes you
So-
kill it, man. You ain't you
Hold on,
started
Marlon.
funny
Wait,
early
Marlon. Wait,
today, but
Marlon.
that
Wait,
ain't funny.
Marlon.
Get
Marlon.
real, bro.
Marlon, wait. Let Cap go. Let Cap go. Wait. Go ahead, Cap.
Yeah, but it is what it is. You understand? So what we'll do is we'll set up something another time.
Okay, cool.
Where we can have a
Okay, hold on. I got one question.
if you can
If
have one.
hold up,
Marlon, wait, Marlon, let him
Cap.
finish. Marlon,
Nah,
let him
man.
finish.
If
Marlon,
hold up, man.
Marlon,
If
let
Israel
him
ain't in
finish.
Africa, then where is it, bro?
Then we'll do that.
God body, I got you, God body. Come on, bro. You know me. I got you, bro. Cap, go ahead. Finish your thoughts, and then Marlon, you next. Go ahead, Cap.
No, I was just saying, we'll set up something for another time and
Okay.
have a discussion about whatever things seem to be bothering him.
Okay. Either me or Pianki will keep you updated. Hopefully we can do it tomorrow. If not, we can do it sometime between during the week or next weekend or whatever. So Marlon, you got one last question, bro, and then I want you to jump off. Go on, take yourself off mute and say what you was finna say. Keep it brief, my brother.
If Israel ain't in Africa, where the hell is it, bro?
If Israel is not in Africa, Cap, where is it?
What country does it belong to?
What country does Israel belong to?
Me and Pianki both agree that it's not a part of that land.
Oh wow.
It's a part
So
of Asia. So
Asia.
yeah.
Israel?
Hold on, Marlon, no more
That's
questions,
Middle East,
bro.
bro.
Yeah.
Pause
You do
that.
the research. It's not a part of that continent. The white
Oh
man
my
has
God.
moved. The white
What
man has moved the markers and turned around and says that it is. You understand?
Okay. Right.
So
That's good enough, Cap.
that's all, man,
Yeah.
And then it still wouldn't say that the people that live, the people that's living in our land right now, they don't claim to be Africans. So if it's
Right.
in the land and they're there, they don't say that they're Africans. So why isn't he saying the Israelis? Why isn't he saying they're Africans? Why isn't anyone saying that they are Africans as well if it's in that land? The stuff just makes no sense, man. You understand?
Well, Cap, man, I want you to give you this opportunity, bro, to give your closing argument and then give your last closing words and let people know where they can find you at and all that. And then we're gonna close out, my brother.
I know. So we skipping the question? I'm just asking.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. You get to ask Pianki one last question, and Pianki get to ask you a question. Go ahead, Cap. Question on you. My bad. You're right.
No sweat. My question is, in tonight's debate, you have not proven and shown any origin of Black people being from Africa. So, I mean, how are you going to say and prove that Blacks here in America are Africans when you haven't even proven that? I have proven they're Israelites, but you have not proven that they are Africans. So how are you going to turn around and substantiate that claim that blacks here in America are originally from Africa and African people, and what tribe would they be from? It's almost 60.
Go ahead, Bianca.
Okay, so again, at the beginning of my presentation, I said, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let them say it. Now I show where these people were taken from and who they said they were. Now you ain't gotta believe them, but they said who they were. Because last I heard y'all say only Israelites were taken in the transatlantic slave trade. The European came over there and said, we're taking the Israelites, not Africans. So if these people said they were African, then y'all got some splaining to do, like Lucy.
Mm.
You understand? Because they said they was African, and they was in the same transatlantic slave trade that you claim the Israelites was in. So I ain't have to prove nothing. They proved it themselves. They said they was African. They said that the brother said he was praying to his African gods and he wouldn't convert to Christianity. He wouldn't praying to the Most High Yah. Right? So I don't know what you argue with them, resurrect them and argue with them. Or I guess y'all believe that they was regenerated. So find they regenerated person and argue with them about what they said they were.
Okay. Cap, you get to have a 1 minute response to that, and then Bianca, you get to ask your question.
This is
Go
why.
ahead, Cap.
This is why in the ISUPK we are no cowards, because the battle was between me and you. I ain't gonna tell you to go find some dead person and argue with him. You understand? Ain't no chumps, ain't no cowards in the ISUPK.
Are
So
you calling me a coward, Cap?
That right, huh? You said
Calling
what?
me a coward?
Yeah, absolutely. You understand? I want the smoke. Ain't that what you said?
Okay.
Yeah. Cap on, that's right.
Okay.
That's
okay.
right.
Yeah, that's right.
You understand? They're right. Okay.
You understand?
You just chickened out. You understand? You said,
Con.
no. Don't say nothing to me. Don't resurrect him. You
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, because they spoke for themselves. They spoke for themselves.
Let them go, please. Let them go. Let them go. Go ahead, Cap.
So, like I said, man.
Cap, you got to be cutting them thick for him to cut you off, bro. You have to be cutting them deep right there, man.
He ain't cut that. He not only do he got a butter knife, he got a plastic butter knife.
He said it ain't even a
I ain't come with a knife at all. I told you I came with a Gatling gun.
Yeah, that Gatling gun ain't got no bullets. He pulling the triggers and ain't nothing coming out. He been shooting blanks all night.
Let Cap go. Cap got 1 minute.
No, Cap called me a coward, so I'm just saying like this. First of all, I said I'm gonna let the people speak for themselves. They didn't say they was Israelites. I'm wondering why they didn't say they was Israelites if Israelites was the only people taken in the transatlantic slave trade. Because now you got to say, well, there must have been some Africans since they said they was African, which go against what y'all say. So again, this shit don't make no sense. Like if we gonna let's get down to brass tacks. I let the people who were enslaved and were taken from Africa speak for themselves. He said I didn't prove it. It wasn't nothing to prove because they proved it for themselves. I proved that Native Americans had Black African people as slaves. He didn't rebut it. All he did was show some stuff. Hold on. No, I'm a coward. I'm a coward. So now let's talk about it. I proved that Native Americans had Africans as slaves. I see people in the chat talking about you didn't prove that they were Israelites. It never was about them being Israelites. Hold on, nobody. Hold on, because apparently I'm scared. So now, no. Let's talk about it. I proved that these people call themselves Africans, which I said I would do. None of them call themselves Israelites. I proved that white boy that commissioned that Bible that they read out of was not only a white boy, not only was he hella feminine, not only was he a part of the slave trade, But if he was black, let's say in the parallel universe he was black, he definitely wanted to be white because he posed for them pictures. His family posed for them pictures. Cap said he ain't never heard of nobody saying they was called the black or the red because of their hair. But we got that all throughout history again. The Viking, Eric the Red. His skin wasn't red. His hair was red. Blackbeard. He had a black beard. Like we got this shit all over history, but for some reason, Cap can't comprehend that. My man don't understand DNA. My man don't understand terms. Again, like in England, they called a dude the black because they said his soul was black. His demeanor was black. Not because he was a black man, but Cap don't know nothing about that because Cap don't know nothing about history. He believed King James was black. He believed we are the Jews. He believed Native Americans are his brothers when they enslaved his people. So, I mean, I may be a coward, but I ain't no dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, you sold your people though. Answer for that. You sold your people.
I ain't got to answer for it. I admit it.
Okay,
I admit it.
So how you so mad at everybody else when you?
I'm not mad though, Cap. I'm not mad at facts. Facts are my friend.
You sold your.
You the one that's anti-fact. You the one that want a white man to be black.
No,
you want a white man to be black. So bad because you got your head stuck in this Bible that he commissioned, so he got to be black. Like I heard somebody from ISUPK say Constantine was black. What kind of crazy shit is that? So all I'm saying is I deal in reality. I ain't got to be ashamed of no facts. I ain't mad at nobody. This is what happened. Period. Africans sold Africans under the context of these tribal wars and conflicts. You had prisoners of war. That shit went down. And Native Americans had black people as slaves. It's a fact.
So when are African people gonna reconcile what they've done? If that's the case, if Africans sold Africans into slavery, look at what they claim. They claim to be brothers with us, right? Your family. They're different tribes of Africans, right? So if they sold other Africans into slavery, how you gonna fix that?
Well, you not African, or you say you ain't African, so you probably ain't heard of.
I'm saying
you probably ain't heard of Nigeria, Ghana, and other countries in West Africa saying, "Come over here." They just had the Great Homegoing or whatever they called it.
That's only so we can build up a country like we do.
Where these countries were saying, "Come over here, we'll give you land. We understand what happened, etc." So. I mean, it's recompense that's attempting to be made. What them Indians gonna do for enslaving your ancestors, though? What they gonna do? Because in 2011, like I showed, they stripped citizenship from the descendants of the slaves that they had that was mixed with them. They stripped citizenship from them. So what are they gonna do? Because we see African countries trying to make recompense for what they did to our people. But what are those Native Americans gonna do? Why are they stripping citizenship from those people if they actually they people? Because they don't give a fuck about black people. Period.
Man, you got it all wrong. You understand? The white man,
I got it wrong. I've been getting it wrong all night.
The white
I've been
man
getting it wrong all night, but I proved everything I said.
No, you haven't. You haven't proven anything.
I proved it to everybody except you.
You still haven't proven how we African.
You anti-history.
You pulled one book from 1928 when a guy said, "I want to go back home to Africa."
No, I pulled more than that, Cap. You want me to pull it back up? You want me to pull it back up?
1928.
Do you want me to pull the presentation back up? Because I pulled more than that.
You know, in 1928, we was not calling ourselves Israelites.
Cap.
What?
I pulled more than that. Do you want me to pull it back up?
Brother, no.
Okay, I ain't think so. Because it's gonna cut you again.
No, you didn't. You didn't cut me at all.
Okay, you just said I only pulled up one book, so you either weren't paying attention or you in denial. One of the two.
That's it.
Which one is Cap? Which one is it?
What you pulled, it said by Pianki, you know, and then you
and I named sources.
I know there's different books.
And I named sources.
How I know there's different books?
Because the sources he named, that's what he's saying.
Same one to me. But
wait. He's saying based off your presentation, at the end of it all, it said by Pianki. Now, Cap.
Because I put the presentation together. That's how PowerPoints work.
Right. He's saying his PowerPoint only say by because he put it together. But the things that he named in his presentation, he gave credit to the sources that he got it from. How would you address that? And he said he gave multiple sources from different people, historians. When it comes to people who got off the boat, who were enslaved.
Let him answer this, and then I got a question for him.
Okay. He said that he not only gave sources from historians, he gave sources from the people who got off the boats themselves, saying who they were. How would you respond to that?
That's all bogus. You understand? It's like he said, he believes that Wikipedia is a good source to.
Yeah, I do, but I didn't even have to use Wikipedia though.
Let him go, P.
I didn't even have to use Wikipedia.
I'm just saying,
if it was Wikipedia,
I'm just going off
if
your
it was
mindset.
it was actually the Smithsonian. Hold on,
I'm just going off your mindset.
No, I want to prove. I want to prove to my. Let me tell y'all something. Cap went to breakfast. My brother fed me this morning, so I want to prove to my good brother that I'm not a coward. Let me prove my presentation back up. Hold tight. No, he asked for it. He gonna get it.
Put me back.
I'm gonna pull the presentation back up.
Bro, y'all gotta let me. Bianca, you know I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna let you address everything he said, and I'm gonna give me the same thing. Hold up. Before you go in, bro, I just want him to address the question that I posed from you, bro. Give him time to address it, and you know, bro, you next, bro. You next. Come on, you next, bro.
Yeah, I got a question.
Hold on now.
Cap10K, go ahead and address it, bro.
You said that there was no rematch. Now that you lost, now you want to pull the presentation again.
I lost.
Now you want to pull the presentation again.
Hey, if I lost, it's all good. It's all good.
Come on now, Hey, I
already put it out in the chat. The only people who said Cap was ISUPK.
No, I'm gonna be fair. We did ask for ones if they think Bianchi won, and twos if they think Cap10K won. Now, I'm just being fair. I'm being unbiased, but fairly, we had more ones than twos, Cap. So I'm gonna need you to go and make this comeback and get his hot tag. You know what I'm saying? So you get in here and go and put your finish on Bianchi, pin them and hit that 1, 2, 3. So hold on, wait before we do that. Bianchi, you said you had a question that you wanted to ask Cap after his response to your first question. You got to let him respond to this first question first.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cap.
Okay, like I was saying, you can't just, Google one source. You gotta pull from many. You understand? Because what's on the surface is that King James is white. That's on the surface, right? The slaves are Africans. That's on the surface. To find the truth, you got to dig deep. You understand? And that's what the men before me have done. I'm not even taking credit for, you understand, me as if I went to the libraries like what they did and found the information. You understand? And turn around and pull different sources and show that the people that were on those ships were truly not Africans. They were not Africans. You understand?
Okay. I got you, Cap. Okay, Bianchi, you have one question to ask Cap, and after his response, rebuttal, when y'all back and forth, we're gonna close out. Go ahead, Bianchi. Ask your one question.
Okay, so like I said, historian. Nail Urban Painter.
Say it again, brother. I can't really hear you.
Yeah, Bianchi, bro, you kind of low, like real talk. You kind of low, bro.
Is this better?
That's a little better.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, historian Nail Urban Painter, historian Ephraim X. Kendi have both stated that 1 in 5 female slaves were sexually abused by their enslaver. And that though out of those 1 in 5, 2, I believe in 10 or 2 in 8 produced children, because they were not only sexually abused by their enslaver, but their enslaver would prostitute them out to other Europeans, other enslavers, etc., whoever the sister I caught. So without doing DNA, without taking a deep dive into your genealogy, how do you determine who someone's father is? Because if my father is black, but I have an enslaver as an ancestor from the rape of my female ancestor, how do y'all account for that? How does the ISUPK determine someone's genealogy, lineage, etc.?
Okay, Cap. Before you answer that, I want to break it down a little more better. I believe in the Bible just like you do, and I believe the Bible teaches that you are who your father is. That's what the Bible teaches, and I know that you agree with me on that. So what Pianki is asking is that since the Bible teaches that you are who your father is, knowing that we had our ancestors raped during slavery, how can people in America today from that bloodline still be considered African American, Israelites, knowing that that is a fact? Our people did get raped, bro.
Okay, first off, every woman did not get raped. First off, then you have men that are still having sex with women. That's Israelites. You understand, that are producing babies. So it just makes no sense for you to think that just because of some of our sisters did get raped. That's a fact. The white man brags and boasts about him raping our sisters in slavery. The movie, what is that? The Butler. The first damn scene was when the white man raped a slave, raped the sister, right? So I'm not in disagreement that some of our sisters did get raped, but he didn't rape everybody. You understand? And they were still mating slaves together to produce more slaves. So you can't get away from those facts. They was taking two slaves, two Israelites, the ones that they felt would make the best baby, to go in and do their hard labor, right? So like I said, it just makes no sense to think that just because our sisters did get raped, that everybody got raped, and then the men, you're totally excluding the men from them still having sex with women.
Cap, you're not really answering the question, Cap. What I'm saying is, how do you account for those who did? I ain't say every woman got raped. I'm saying for those who did. How do y'all know it's not brothers in y'all school who descend from the enslaver due to rape? How do you know?
Oh, okay. We check and see who father. Matter of fact, I'll give you a recent example. A devil just tried to pull up what they would say sometimes like a flim flam, right? He tried to pull some okie doke on me and my right hand man down in Kansas City, right? He gives me one conversation and then he gives him another conversation, right? He tells me that his cousin has a Russian father, a grandfather, and this and that and all of that. But then he tells my brother that it's him with the white man as the father. And then we started going, then we called me back. I said, wait, but that's not what you told me, right? So then I said, well, give me the line of the men. And he turned around and gave me a couple, and they were all white. He said that his father was black due to him being having dark skin, right? But he said, but his father is white. You understand? So then we went a few more. It's you are the seed of your father. So if your father is white, you understand? Then you would be white.
So Cap, you making my point for me. What I'm
not making
because you talking about something more modern. I'm saying, how far back do y'all go back to slavery to determine who somebody's father is?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Because if you don't go back to slavery, how do you know they weren't great grandfathers? Their great grandfather wouldn't the devil if you don't go back there.
Listen, there are certain men in the school that do that have that gift, and they research, and sisters and brothers produce pictures and all kinds of things of their line of the men in their family to determine who is who. You understand? All of
this wasn't documented. Like these enslavers weren't claiming these children.
I understand that.
You see what I'm saying? Like
I got you.
It's virtually impossible to do. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all do it.
Okay.
Because they wouldn't claiming these children. With nobody on the birth certificate. You did. Like that wasn't the situation. They would have these children from raping these women, and they would put them children right out in the cotton field or in the house to do what they do. So if it's not documented, what proof do y'all have?
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. What's it? We're gonna give a precept for that, brother.
No, Cap, this ain't even a biblical question though. This is just.
But you asked me, how do we do it? We go off the Bible.
Yeah, because I'm talking about in reality though, Cap. I'm not talking like this ain't a biblical. This ain't got nothing to do with the Bible.
This is our reality. It has everything.
No,
to do.
but so basically you're not doing it. Then. If you're gonna pull the Bible, you're not doing it.
If you're asking me how do we do it, you just want me to go with your DNA.
No, it ain't even got nothing to do with DNA because you wouldn't even have no. If it's nothing to go on, you would not know.
How do you know from a DNA test? You don't even know.
Oh, so
you're 20, you're 30, you're 15, 16, 17, 19.
Okay. So the Bible better than a DNA test.
Absolutely.
I got you, Cap. I got you. That's your answer. That's your answer. The Bible better than DNA. I got you.
Man, don't you know that they swabbed a cat's mouth and came and told the cat?
I got you.
You know that. You do know that.
The Bible is better than DNA.
You do know that, right?
The Bible can tell me more
about
myself.
Address that.
You do know that, right?
There are people.
Cap would have to tell me. He would have to tell me what company that was. I guarantee it wasn't Ancestry DNA. It wasn't 23andMe, and it wasn't African Ancestry. So unless it was one of them, I don't know what we're talking about. It's a bunch of janky companies.
Was, but he's saying that
Cap got several businesses, and he knows it's businesses that do what he do that ain't up to par with what he do.
Let's keep
so
order, bro.
I mean that don't mean nothing to me.
DMG, come on, man. Let's keep order. Now I don't know what DNA test it was, and Captain.
He don't either.
Wait. Come on, bro. Let me do what I do, bro. Captain 10. Now I don't know what DNA test it was. Captain 10K. This is your opportunity to address it. But Bianca, what he's saying is based off of DNA, no matter what company it was, he's saying that did you know? And I know that you know this, but so I'm just rephrasing the question. But your answer is yes. So he asking you, did you know that there is a DNA company that tested a cat and it came back the opposite way of what it's supposed to be? So Captain Pianki's question is yes, he do know that, but it wasn't one of the top companies. What's your rebuttal to that?
I mean, hold on, real quick. Until Cap said it, I had never heard of it. But again, I would have to ask Cap, what company was it? Because if it ain't,
was it, Cap?
Like, yeah, show me what company it was.
I'm gonna look it back up. I believe it was Ancestry. It was one of your top companies. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And the research that I pulled, Ancestry.com.
Okay, we'll come back and do that.
23andMe. I would have to look at my slide again and show the 4 top companies.
Okay. Well,
they've already done the research and proved that none of them are going to turn around and give you your true, like what he would like to call it, ethnicity.
Okay. So this breaking news. Breaking news on Paradigm Shift TV 314. Captain 10K has debunked DNA.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, for the listening audience, sometime in the future, whether it's this week or next week, we're gonna do about from a minute to 5 minute show on Paradigm Shift TV, and we're gonna let Captain 10K of ISUPK share his information, and we're not gonna have no pushback or none of that. We're gonna just put up a video. It's gonna be in between 1 minute and 5 minutes, and we're gonna let Captain 10K show his information on this subject as pertaining to this particular subject right here.
I want to know what the date was. I want to know what the company was. All that. And
we'll do all that.
I'm talking about this is breaking news.
Breaking news.
Captain 10K, the Goggle Boy of ISUPK under command of General Yohana, has debunked DNA. Like, we're gonna have to get his brother a Nobel Peace Prize because he has single-handedly debunked DNA if what he's saying is legit.
Okay, y'all. I ain't even
It's
think.
just breaking news to you. You just don't know about it.
Man, okay. Wait. Now, we pushing on 5 hours. I really thought this debate was gonna be over way for that. I ain't got no problem. I ain't got nothing but time. So we pushing on 5 hours. So now that you and each brother have asked each other a question, Cap10K and the Gall, I want to give you this opportunity here. Take 5 minutes or less to give your last closing words on this debate and let the people know where they can find you at and close on out, my brother.
No sweat. I did. My brother said that I took him to breakfast, fed him. You understand? Like I told him, what I came to do was to destroy the lies that he teach. You my brother. You understand? But I had to fatten you up for the slaughter. You understand? That's why I took you out to eat. I had to get you swole. You understand? For the chopping block. All right. The belief that our people here in America are Africans is a total lie. I can't see how anyone in their right mind would trust a $50. That's like a cheap hotel. It's like the guest host inn over on Grand. You understand?
It was discounted.
You understand? It's like going to the guest host and picking you up a prostitute on the corner and going in there and getting you a room for $10. You understand? That's what that's like. You took a sleazy DNA test. No wonder you was offering to pay for mine too. It's sleazy. It's cheap. You understand? You believe that you're African by that, and I just don't even understand why. Like I said, for a test to tell you that you're 10 different people, like who are you? You still don't even know who you truly are. You're 10 different people. So who in the hell are you? That's confusion. And in the ISUPK, Commander Junior Hanna has cleared up the confusion. And thank God that I'm not a Kemet dummy, a Pan-African dummy, a Christian dummy, or whatever other religion our people are in. Damn dummy. You understand? To believe some of the things that our people believe. And I know why our people believe it. They just want to belong to somebody. Jesse Jackson said that. You understand? In that article that I pulled out, he said that our people want a sense of belonging to someone. And you're still carrying around that same wanting, desire, and sense to be somebody so bad that you're willing to be everybody but who you are. You understand? And that is quite ridiculous. And the brother did not prove anything that he said as far as us being Africans aren't. You understand? As far as King James being white, they don't call nobody no damn black boy because of their hair. They call people rednecks because of their skin, not because of their damn hair. I heard people call them redheads because of their hair. I heard them call them blondes and brunettes because of their hair. But never has they referred to anyone as the color of their skin due to the damn color of their hair. That makes no sense. And some of everything that you have been saying tonight makes no sense. Saying that the natives had us enslaved, they was treating us so cruel and so bad, when the true research that I pulled said that they were in fear of us coming together because they know that we are family. You understand? And if you can keep a family divided, you can conquer them. And you're, guess what? And you're a white supremacist yourself. To call yourself an African, the Romans called you that. So you're white. You understand? To say that you're from that land because Ancestry.com told you that, it's because you think you're white. You said King James think he, no, I think you think you're more white than King James did. King James, he knew he was a nigga. You understand? I don't think you know. You think you're an African. You understand? And I believe that tonight we showed just who the people in the Bible truly are, and they're not Africans. The ones that went on slave ships were Israelites and not Africans. And I yield with that.
Okay. Well, brother Pianki. Cap, let them know they can find you at, bro.
Cap, talk about your channel, everything y'all got
Cap,
going
take
on.
your step off mute. Let people know where they can find you at.
Oh, you can find us at isupk.com. And then here in St. Louis, we at 86, sorry, I forgot the address, 5261, 5261 Delmar Boulevard in Suite A, man. We got classes every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7 to 9. And then the Sabbath service every Saturday from 10 to 12. You understand? It's going down right here. We got food programs with Commander General Yohana. Last year alone during the pandemic, we fed roughly about 16,000 people, man, that needed food. You understand? Before them good old food stamps kicked in, Commander General Yohana did. All right. And like I said, you can call us if you got any questions, 314-696-8288. And you can come by, you can call, you can catch us on Facebook, ISUPK St. Louis, Twitter, Instagram, ISUPK St. Louis under Commander General Yohana.
Okay. We like that. Brother Pianki, go ahead and give your last statement and closing arguments. And I mean, you can let the people know where to find you at, but of course, this is your channel, but do your thing.
Well, I mean, grand opening, grand closing. I came, I saw, I conquered. Point blank, period. Did what I had to do. Prove my point, prove my case. I didn't want to beat my little bro up, but I had to on this particular topic. Now, again, point by point, I let the people speak for themselves as far as whether they was African or Israelite. Nobody that I pulled said they was Israelites, but they all came over in the transatlantic slave trade. King James is a white boy. He was feminine. He liked the company of men over women. That's what it is. He also founded the company that would end up, and Cap said I didn't prove it, but I did. I said King James started the patent for the company that wanted to trade for golden woods in Africa, but when they saw how much money people was making in the slave trade, they decided to go that route. I then said that his two sons continue to run that company. That's what I said. I don't know what Cap heard, but that's what I said. The headband must have been over his ears at that point. Now, again, these were his sons. So he helped to perpetuate the slave trade because that company ended up bringing over more of our ancestors than any other company, period. So if he was black, which he wouldn't, but if he was, he's the biggest race trader in history. He says the Native Americans are our brothers, Africans are our people. He talks about Africans enslaving other Africans and selling other Africans, but he don't want to acknowledge that Native Americans did the same thing. He don't want to acknowledge that. So again, who's in denial here? Because I acknowledge history, the good, the bad, and the ugly of it. My man can't do it. And so even though I laid out that Native Americans enslaved black people in America, he just couldn't cope with it. And that's called denial. He talks about black people wanting to belong. I absolutely agree with him. They want to belong to the Israelite race. Despite all evidence to the contrary, they want to belong to the Moors. Despite all evidence to the contrary, they want to be the tribe of Shabazz. Black people do want to belong. I agree 100%. The only place they don't want to belong is the place of their origin, and that's Mother Africa. Embrace who you are and leave all that foolishness behind. And you can still believe whatever you want to believe, period. Now, like Cap said, he took me out this morning, got me a nice veggie omelet, spent time with his queen, had a powerful conversation, talked about some things. That's my brother, that's my man. But you know how it is. Every now and then you got to beat your little brother up to get him in line and start trying to get his mind right. Now, he ain't get there today, may not get there tomorrow. But eventually he may get there. He may not. But I'm cool with what Cap believe. I'm cool with what Cap do. I'm cool with what the ISUPK do. They got my respect just like everybody else got my respect. What I say at the beginning of almost every show, if you black, I'm with you and I hope you with me. Our different ideologies shouldn't keep us from uniting. We can have unity without uniformity. And we can disagree without being disrespectfully disagreeable. I mean that. Now, I don't know if my brother mean it, but I mean it. So again, I proved my case. I got all ones in the chat unless you was in ISUPK and call yourself a Hebrew. So it is what it is. We're gonna move forward. I want to see my brother come on and get this Nobel Peace Prize when he debunked DNA completely. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be there for that. I'll support him in that. So y'all know where to find me right here on Paradigm Shift TV 314, Instagram at DMG the Poet, Facebook at DMG the Poet. I want all the smoke. So if anybody else got something they want to talk about with me, let's do it. Otherwise, y'all know we'll be back at it again. I got Rabbi Lewis tomorrow at 8 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to keep doing our thing. We're going to keep trying to build this channel. I appreciate everybody that was in the chat, Brother Sutek, Black Lion Supreme, Sabio, best researcher in the business right now. That's my opinion. You ain't got to share it with me, but that's my opinion. And you don't know what the brother gave me, what references he gave me, etc. So it is what it is. Now, shout out to the sister D New. Shout out to everybody, the brothers from ISUPK, all the other Israelite brothers.
Everybody.
You know, my brother Byron jumping in. I don't want to
Black
leave
Lion
nobody out,
Supreme.
but charge it to my head, not my heart.
Sutek.
I appreciate every last one of y'all supporting. So we've been on here for hellas. It's after 1 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, so we're going to get on up out of here. That's peace.
That's right. That's right. That's peace. Well, hey, man, we appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. The chat was lit. I don't think we dropped up under a certain number the whole night. We came close to a certain number the whole night. We appreciate everybody that came on the panel to ask their questions. We definitely appreciate both of these brothers having this debate. I would say when it comes to Paradigm Shift TV 314, this was a dream match. This was the debate of the century. That was Pianki, Patai, Moontoon, Nephrim, Amon Ra. That was Captain 10K, Nagal, Gabar of ISUPK under Commander General Yohana. I am nobody. Always trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody, and that is Jesus the Christ. This is Paradigm Shift TV 314. We hope y'all had a good time. Look forward to the upcoming content we have in the future. Look forward to Captain's Corner. Look forward to Takeover Tuesdays. And just look forward to the weekends where we do most of our debates and open discussions and all that. And we love y'all, man. And we'll catch y'all in the next one. That's peace.
That's peace.